YouTube stream has changed so much. That's weird. That is really weird. especially with like vertical streaming. What? You're doing alright? Okay. Alright is good enough these days. It's hard. I hope it gets better because yesterday was awful. I don't know if it's getting better. Okay, let's get background music. For people, not for people, but for me to listen to, maybe. For all of us to listen to. Would be nice to have one, right? Should be okay. I'm still thinking about, like, you know, doing no background music stream, maybe, cause there's so many stuff that I don't really need going on. It'll be alright, thank you. It's just, you know, sometimes things are hard. But that's not important. The important thing is that I need to play on music. I thought about doing no background music streams, so anyone, like, people can do background music they want. You know, I thought that would be nice. Can you even hear the background music? There we go. I hope it's not too loud. I don't think it's loud at all. Hello, welcome in. It's been a while since I streamed. It's very quiet. Yeah, you can barely hear it. It's alright? Okay, I'll trust whatever people say. It's probably gonna be right. Is it working? I think it's working now, right? Okay, I'm not making YouTube shorts. Well, I'm working, but should I work? I want to. I don't know. There we go. It's alright. It's alright, then it's fine for me. Okay. I forgot I was gonna stream like last minute, because, like, you know, if I was gonna stream, why isn't it working? If I was gonna stream, I shouldn't have brought apples with me, but I haven't eaten any dinner, so I'm like a little bit hungry. So I thought, yeah, maybe I should eat an apple, because, like, you know, apple is good for you. And I was like, yeah, I should get an apple. And then I brought an apple and I started eating it, and then I realized I scheduled the stream that should be happening like right now. I was like, but apple, but also like really hungry, but it also it's my stream. I can eat apples on stream if I want to. Who's gonna stop me from doing those, right? So you might hear me munching on apples here and there. That's what I was trying to say. What am I gonna work on? Just my normal job stuff. Not normal job stuff, but my job stuff mostly. Things I will not be showing on stream. If I am done with it, I might be able to stream working on my model, which should have been finished like way back ago, but isn't done for some reason. But I started working on it again, so hopefully it's, you know, finished. And also, jeez, what happened to my background? Give me a second. Okay, there we go. It moved. That's what happened. And I don't know. So there's this setting that you can just turn on vertical stream from your normal stream now on YouTube, and it looks very bad. It looks really bad. I'm just trying to fix it. It looks really bad. I don't know. Does it look better now? A little bit. Maybe not. It looks really bad. Okay, whatever. I don't want to care about it too much. It's not even that important. Anyways. On YouTube side, it looks really bad. I don't know. I don't want to care about it. Not really important. Anyways, things that happened to me yesterday. I can't talk about it like in too much detail because I don't want to dox myself. But like it was bad. Give me a second. I'm finishing my apple. Well, not finishing it. I haven't even eaten like half of it, but what happened is that I went to school to take an exam, and then I took the exam, which didn't go really well, but I did take the exam, so that's what's like important, right? It's the thought that I tried. But anyways, exam was done. When I woke up in the morning, I actually woke up really early, but I was like, I'm a little bit tired. Maybe I should take a little bit more sleep before I go to school, because, I don't want to go to exam really tired. So I went back to sleep, and then I woke up like, just before I should leave the house, and I haven't taken a shower, because, I don't really take showers. I was planning to take a shower that day, but I was like really short in time because like you don't want to be late to exam, because like if you are late to exam, you might not be able to take the exam, and then I'm gonna fail the class. I can't afford to fail a class right now, so. Stinky for real? No, don't mention about it. I don't smell, okay? At least I think so. And when I meet people, I put on, stuff so I wouldn't stink. So, I shower so I don't stink. So it's not like that, right? Anyways, and then I woke up. I lost my glasses in the morning, like a few days ago. I couldn't find it. Like, I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around the bed because I took it off before going to like sleep, so it should be around the bed, but I couldn't find it, so I was like a little frustrated. But I got my backup glasses, which took forever for me to find, because I didn't remember where I put it, and I can't see anything without my glasses. So I was like holding my phone up close to my face and zooming in with like cameras and stuff, and then I found my backup glasses. So I lost my backup glasses too that morning, so I couldn't see anything. But I have an exam in like a few hours, and I have to leave the school right now. I have to leave for school right now, and I can't find glasses. I was like panicking a little bit. I couldn't even find my card, like card I need to get on a bus. Public transportation card thingy. So I was like, I need to make a sacrifice. I either find my glasses or I need to find my card. And I thought glasses would be more important because I can like ride a bus or any transportation with my phone, because I have like a card thingy inside of my phone system of my phone. I can like just tag my phone, and it's gonna do the stuff. So I was like, it's a new phone. I got a new phone. It's probably gonna last some hours, even though it's like low on battery. It was like 30% when I would leave the home, and I thought it was gonna be enough. I thought it's gonna be enough, but apparently it wasn't. So I was like panicking. Anyways, I couldn't buy my glasses, so I just put on contact lenses, um, which I don't really like, but you know, I don't have choice because I feel like contact lenses make me look more ugly, and I don't really like it. Because like, if you wear your glasses, you can't really see your face straight, because like there's like all these like distortion happening around in the middle of your face, and you know, it's hard to see through glasses, and you know, blah blah blah. So it's like hard for me to see my face straight. So I don't really have to mind about how my face looks. But if I take off my glasses and put the contact lens in, there is no distraction or anything going around in the middle of my face, so it looks so bland if I don't put any makeup or anything like that. And I don't want to give a fuck about those. And also my skin, because my glasses like really thick and it like bends the light a lot. I don't know what that's called. There's probably a word for that in English, but I can't remember. So the skin around my eyes gets a lot of sunlight, so there's a lot of like hyperpigmentation around my cheeks, even though I put on sunscreens and stuff. So I'm a little bit sensitive about that, but I don't want to like do that much about it, because if I wear glasses, you can't really see those, so I don't really like care about it usually. But now I'm not wearing glasses and I have my contact lenses on. Everyone can see it, I can see it. I get conscious about it, and I was like, jeez, I gotta get home early today. I gotta get home fast today. I don't want people looking at me walking around like this in the public. And I haven't showered either. My hair's a mess. I just put on a hoodie, and like, you know, that was my goal that day. And then I finished the exam. I got on the bus. I take a bus and a subway, so I have to like what's the word, like I had to exchange in between. And when I was getting off the bus, my phone died, so I couldn't ride the subway. Usually there was, like back in the days, like a year ago, I think, there was a charger like you can use in the station, like in the subway station. So I thought I could just find that and charge my phone and, you know, just go on my ways. I was looking for that, and apparently they got rid of that free charger, and they put like you know, there's like a power bank thing that you can lean for a few hours. Those like power bank stations, they changed to those, which I have to pay. And in order for me to pay for those, I need to have my phone on, because you can't even use cash or cards for that, because you have to pay for that with a QR code and log into that QR code, which I can't do that because my phone's dead and I haven't brought my card with me, and I also don't have any cash on me, and my home's like 4-hour walk away from where I am right now. I'm not walking all the way there, and there's no way I can charge my phone around here. I panicked really hard, so I was like, you know what, maybe there's a charging thing on the next station, because I know where the next station is. Like, it's like really close. It's like 20-minute walk. It's not that far. And on the way there, I might find, you know, some bus station that has like charging thing. Maybe some bus station do. And I walked to the next station, and there were no place that has like charger. Like even with just like, even they had a lot of like free like outlets, you know, plugs, but I didn't brought my charger with me, so I couldn't charge. I had to find some place that has a charger, which wasn't anywhere to be found on the way to the another station. So I just walked for 20 minutes, and I couldn't find any. I was panicking really hard, because I don't know where the next station is from there. I have no idea, and I was just like panicking so bad. I just started walking to find any like bus station I can find that has like some bus station has those like, what are those, like wireless charging spots. They have those, and my phone can charge wireless. So I was like, you know, maybe if I could just find some place that does wireless charging. I started walking, going through a bus station, and I found the city hall of that city. uh, I thought, of course, City Hall would have a free charging station or something like that, right? They should. They're public services. They probably should have one of some of those. And I walked there, and I like, you know how like there's like some places that do business that isn't publicly open to people, and there are, you know, places that are publicly open to people. I went to look for places that was publicly open to people, and I went in there and I walked through like all those like water fountains and stuff, and I did found a charging space with cords that actually charges my phone, and I plugged my phone in and it didn't charge. I don't know, maybe it was like too old and it's not working anymore. I just stand there 20 minutes wishing it would just like, you know, charge for a little bit. Maybe if it just charges for a little bit, I could like call my mom and dad and ask them for help maybe, but it didn't charge at all for 20 minutes. So I was like, shit, this is my last, it was my last hope. I didn't know what to do about it. So what I did was there was a PC that anyone can use freely on there, so I just look up the map of the city and then I just started walking home. I did found some bus station that has like wireless charging spot, but none of them worked. It sucks. They used our tax for nothing because none of them worked, and I had to walk home for 4 hours. And then when I got home, I told mom that I walked home for 4 hours, and my mom was like so upset about my intelligence. She was like really upset about my intellectual choice that day. She almost cried. And actually that day when I was like at school, right before I was gonna take the exam, my dad asked if I need a ride home, because like, it's an exam, it's gonna be and it's gonna end really early, right? And I said like, it's fine, I'm just gonna take the bus, it's gonna, you know, it's whatever, you don't have to worry about it. And then I walked home for 4 hours. So my dad was upset too. He was like, you could have just asked me to give you a ride and this wouldn't happen. I was like, I didn't know it was gonna happen. I had phone, you know, it was just like, I didn't know it was gonna die that fast. I don't know why it died that fast. Maybe because of all the games that I had opened in the back. I didn't know about that, but there was like 20 games open in the back. I think that's what did that. But anyways, so I walked all the ways. And my mom was really upset about that for another particular reason, is that when I was 4, when I was in kindergarten, by accident, I did not got onto the shuttle, like the school bus one time. By really accidental thing happened, and my teachers didn't see me wandering around and didn't notice that I wasn't on the bus. And then the bus left, and I walked quite a bit, so I didn't know where I was. And so I just found anyone that was like near me and then asked them if they could call my mom. And my mom got the call, and she like freaked out because like I told her that I didn't get on the bus, and like I told my mom where I was, because you know, the person who lent me their phone told me where I was, and then my mom came to pick me up. And that was like one of her like proud moments about myself, because like, you know, a 4 years old kid knowing how to call her mom and, you know, found her way home and stuff. So she was like, that was like one of her most thing that she talks about when she like mentions how smart I am to other people. and 20 years later, I couldn't call my mom, so I had to walk 4 hours back home. So she was like so upset. She was like, you could have just gone to the, you know, police station or something. You could have like asked someone in the subway station to help you. And I was like, yeah, but I walked. Yeah, I mean, but I walked. I got home safe, so that's fine. And my mom was like, she told me never to do that again. I mean, I'm not gonna do that again. It was like I walked a lot, and I was really tired. I got really tired and I started having like fevers yesterday and today morning. So yeah, that's why I couldn't stream yesterday. I mean, I did get some exercise, but I was wearing slippers because, like, I didn't know I was gonna walk 4 hours. I thought I was just gonna be like, standing on a bus for like 30 minutes or something like that. But yeah, I walked in a slippers for 4 hours. The inner arch of my both feet, or the friction was too much. A part of my skin is peeled off on both sides, and because of that, because it really hurt when I walk. I couldn't walk properly, so I had to walk in a really weird position for like 2 hours. So my hip kind of disjointed a little bit, so it really hurts by just like moving it a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Fingers crossed that never happens again. Fingers crossed. But that happened a few times. But I could have got. I just like charged my phone with the public charger that was in the bus subway station, and they just got rid of that. I don't know why. I mean, because of all the monies they're gonna the power bank station companies gonna make. That's probably why. But still. Yeah, I had other things to talk about because I I haven't streamed for a while, but I totally forgot everything since yesterday. Oh yeah, in the morning, because I couldn't find my glasses and also my card and also my phone wasn't charged, and also I woke up late. I was like panicking. I was like, "Jeez, what am I gonna do?" And then I just got to the subway station, and right as I arrived at the station, the subway came in, and then right after I got to the bus station, but my bus just came in, so I it took it almost like half the hour shorter, like 30 minutes shorter than usual to get to school. So I was like, oh my gosh, maybe the morning thing was just for this to happen. Maybe I'm gonna be super lucky today, and because I'm gonna take an exam, that's probably a good sign. That's what I thought it happened that day in the morning after that. And and then I walked for hours. So well, at least it wasn't like super cold. It was super cold like a few days ago, but it was supposed to rain or snow today, so yesterday wasn't that cold. So at least I wasn't like freezing. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I bought a pack of chips because right at the subway station there's a little supermarket, and they were having a sale on chips, so a pack of chip was like $1. So I thought, oh my god, that's really nice. I'll go home and eat the chips. And then I paid for that with my phone. It was on. And then after I paid for that with my phone died. So I was just like, I had a chip inside of my arm. I was like hugging it while I walk all the way home. And then when I've arrived at home, I like opened the chip, and half of it was dust because I was I hugged it and hold on to it for 4 hours. Most of them got crushed, but it tastes nice. I don't regret buying it. Well, maybe a little bit, but I don't regret buying that chip a lot. So at least that was nice out of the full experience. So I left the school at 1:30, and then I got home around like 7. Well, before 7. I think it was before 7. So yeah, I was really tired because I haven't eaten anything that day. The chip that I ate after I got home was my first meal that day. So I was like super hungry. I was like basically starving. So my mom like got some meat and stuff for me to eat. Originally we were gonna have pizza, but my sister didn't come home, even though she said she was gonna. So we didn't have pizza. We're gonna have pizza next week. It's gonna be nice. We're gonna have pizza next week. So yeah, I know, I know it's not because I'm like unlucky. These kind of things happen because I'm always like, oh, it's gonna be fine, and I don't worry about things too much, and I don't prepare for things too much, and then you know, when things do happen, because I'm not prepared, I have to like go through it and suffer. If I was a little bit careful, none of it would happen, but I know that, but it's hard for me to fix it, so it's just how it is. You know, like the time when I got on a plane with like a trash bag that is way taller, like twice my size in both height and width and like volume. And then also one time when I got my phone stolen because I had 4 bags. I was carrying around 4 bags in the airport, and my face was so red that I felt like I was gonna explode. So I had to go to the bathroom and wash my face, and then I put my phone on the counter, and then not counter, on the sink. And then because I had 4 bags, I was too busy taking those 4 bags back outside of the bathroom. I totally forgot about my phone, and then when I remembered, it was already gone. And because it was right before departure time, I couldn't even like report my phone missing, even though I had insurance. I couldn't get my money back for those. Yeah. Or the other time when I won a figure from a Ichiban Kuji, like a raffle thing, and the person who was working there asked if I need a paper bag, like a plastic bag, and I said no, I don't really need a plastic bag, because I was like, you know, I was like, I should probably think about the environment, and I don't really usually get a plastic bags. So I said no, because I don't need plastic bags. But it was before coronavirus, and everyone thought weebs are fucking weird, and I was in the airport holding a huge figure box that was transparent in the front, so everyone could see what figure it was. And there were like more than 20 families waiting for the airplane in the gate, and they were all staring at me, and the mothers told the kids not to stare at me. And I realized that the person who worked there asked if I need a plastic bag, because the plastic bag was black, and if I put my figure in it, no one would know it's a figure. Yeah. Pizza. What pizzas do you guys like? I especially really like New York style pepperoni pizza. Nothing, it's just like dough, sauce, cheese, and pepperoni, nothing else. And it's like really crispy. It's like super crispy, and the cheese is not too much. It's like, it's just like just enough to cover the whole pizza, and the dough is like super thin. That's my preference on pizzas. And I told my mom, I didn't like specifically said like those older stuff, but I said like I like pizza. I like you know, I always tell my mom I want this menu from this store, like, you know, I asked her that I want a pepperoni pizza from Costco because that's like the most closest thing of my ideal pizza that I can get from here. And my mom just heard pizza at Costco, and then she just bought like a supreme pizza from Costco, which I don't really like. And she just keep saying, "Oh, Ray, you like pizza from Costco, right?" And then she brings a supreme pizza, and I know I told her multiple times that I only specifically want pepperoni pizza, and she just keep buying just pizza from Costco. It's like, it's driving me a little bit crazy, but you know, she's doing it out of love, so I can't be like super bad about it. But you know, still, I don't really want to eat that. In big cities, they have some pizza places. Really? I thought pizza was like quite popular around the globe. I don't know. Maybe French people don't eat pizza. I don't think I ever heard French people eat a lot of pizza. I think it's a little bit hard for me to imagine like French people ordering or French people ordering on their phone for Domino's. I think that's a really bizarre image in my head. Maybe. You know, talking about pizza, back in the days, there was this campaign Domino's in Japan did with Hatsune Miku. So if you bought a pizza, it would come in a Hatsune Miku pizza box, but that's not it. If you scan the pizza box with your phone, you know, it's when like smartphones started became a thing for a few years. So if you scan it, you can have an AR like, or what's AR short for? Alternative reality? I don't know. Like you can have an AR concert from Hatsune Miku. I was really jealous. They had a separate app for that thing, which is wild, but American pizza and Europe pizza isn't the same. Simply because of the dough. Well, American pizza has different types. You can't just say American pizza. Because like Chicago pizza and New York pizza is like super different. Difference? Yeah, I mean, I think ours is more close to American. Even like we do have a lot of like different toppings and stuff. The one of the things I really like to put on pizza is potatoes and sweet potato mousse, like sweet potato sauce on the pizza, like over cheese, especially around the edge. I really like that. But the dough is like a little bit thicker if you're gonna like compare it to like Italian pizzas. A little bit different. A little like much thicker. It's more like a bread. Feels like a bread. Anyways. Haven't had pizza for a while. I really like American cheese pizzas where they don't have that much cheese and it's like super like, crispy. But my mom, I told her that I would like a cheese pizza, and she just heard cheese, and she started putting like more cheese on pizza that we got from the store, and then she just like puts like mozzarella cheese we have like in the packet. It's not a really good one, and just pours it and then puts it in the stove for like 20 minutes, which is not enough for pizza to, like pizza cheese to like get crispy. So it's all soggy and there's like too many cheese, and I was like, I don't really like that, but my mom put thoughts on it, so I can't like say it's gross. Oh really? I was in your top streamers in Twitch Rack. Honored. I would say it's goated. Thank you for coming by, Cat. I'm honored to be someone's top streamers. I can't even see my own stuff on Twitch, which is funny, but yeah, it's end of the year. What did you guys do this year? The whole year is gone. I haven't even done that much. I don't have time, but I feel like I haven't done anything, and it's in the end of the year, and I feel so miserable because of all these. And like, oh my god, yeah, I wasn't talking about this. My earbud, one of my earbud, because like, you know, you have two sides on the earbuds. One of them broke, but it's like a swappable thing. You know, the cords do fall off, and the cord is not damaged, so I just need to buy a new like unit for one of my ears, which they don't sell. It's switchable, but they don't sell individual units. I don't know why, but so I have to look for like replacements, which I don't have money for that. Oh, you started Blender? Oh. I mean, too late for it to say this year's achievement, but it's gonna be a good achievement next year. I want to learn Blender. I'm cute. I always think about it. I have it installed, but I don't do anything. I just had it installed for like 4 years now. I should do it. I should be doing. I mean, I can make like I can sculpt a little bit, but it doesn't even look good. it's just there. Yeah, it's awful. To be honest, it's really awful. I don't like it. I don't like how it's going. Right. Hang out with family and friends? I don't know. Now all the people around me is like totally adults. I had like all of my cousins are already adult. It's like quite scary to say. I'm getting old. I just talked about this with my friends. You were like, oh my god, we were this old already? And I'm like, yeah, right? And then we're gonna be older like in a few months, because like, you know, I'm Korean, we age by the new year, so we were like, we're gonna be 1 year older next month. And all of us was like having a meltdown in the chat, in the group chat. It was quite sad. Yeah, I wish I never wished about that back in the days. Maybe that would have slowed this down a little bit more. I mean, I was in my early 20s. I was in my early 20s. I won't be anymore soon. Like, I'm in like at the edge of early 20s. I'm like barely. If you want to count me as early 20s, I could, but I don't think most of people would consider it as early 20s. And you know, it's just I'm Korean, and we count our age a little bit different, so I sound a little bit more older when I think about it. You know, when we try to count our age as like how internationally we're counted, people think you're just being pathetic, and you know, you just don't want to accept that you're getting old. You know, that's what people have. That's most people's idea of using, like, you know, international system for ages. So I try not to think about myself as that. Hi, Otaya. Hello. Welcome in. We were just talking about New Year's because it's New Year soon. Do you think of me as teenager? I don't know if I'm supposed to take that as an insult. I feel like that could be an insult. It's okay being old. Not really. Like I'm not saying being old is bad. It's just I'm scared of my time running out. I know if I'm in my like 20s, that's such a bizarre thing to say. Like I shouldn't be worried about my time running out. Obviously, even if I'm in my late 20s or in my 30s, right? That's still really young. I know that. It's just I have anxiety, and the thought of time ticking itself is really scary for me. I'll do fine as a 30-year-old or 40 years old. It's just I have this like instinctive fear about time. Yes, because it's unstoppable and it's always ticking, and someday it's gonna end. We don't know when, but it's coming for sure. And that's like one thing that scares me the most. All the time, I'm always on the edge because of that. I have to take I have to take medication because of that. I know it sounds so silly and so stupid, but you know, you can't do that. You can't do much about it. It's just like, you know, it's scary for me. I know it's like really childish to be scared of it that way, but it's just why my brain works. I can't change that. Every 36 days, no, 365 days. Oh, God, my English is not even improving anymore. Well, it stopped improving a few years ago, but you're getting close to 30s. Everyone's getting close to 30s, unless you're already in your 30s. I'm gonna define. I don't really know. The fear of not being able to graduate soon. You're getting close to 20s. Dude, that's not even... That means you're not in your 20s yet. You're still really young. Like, for real, really young. Anyways, I don't want to be scared about things. Talking about it, thinking about it makes it worse. I need to forget about that. You won't get a job, to be honest. That could be a high chance in this economy, in this world right now. Getting a job is hard. Speaking from experience, because I'm unemployed. Well, I'll forever be unemployed because I work as a freelancer, but still. I tried getting employed a few times, didn't really work. But oh, it's getting cold. I got my heated blanket out because I couldn't stand. It was getting so cold. And I had something to show you guys. I forgot about it. Oh, right. Give me a second. I'll bring it in. Shit, oh fuck. No, it's fine. I was gonna take a photo, but I didn't because I forgot about it because, you know, all the things that happened yesterday. But this is a gacha I did, you know, from the up. from Japan last time, from my video. Yay. The Nintendo, the controller gacha. I believe this is Nintendo N64. I think I said N62 in the video, which is really stupid of me, but you know, it has buttons that you can actually press and it sounds really good, and it's like quite small. It's smaller than my palm, which is really small because I have my hands aren't that big. This is one of my, like, you know, I don't really care about how I look. That's why I always dress like I'm homeless, but there are a few things that I am quite conscious about. It is one is the hyperpigmentation around my eyes, which I don't really see it that often, so I usually forget that it even exists. But your hands, you can't forget that your hands exist. It's not that it's like really small, it isn't big, but the fingers are really short. So it was a little bit hard for me to play guitar because, like, you know, when you play guitar, the longer your fingers are, it's more easier to press the chords, especially the power chords and stuff. And I wanted to play power chords, that's why I started playing guitar, but it didn't really work. And when I tell this to other people who play guitar, they always say, like, you know, it's not even like, you know, it's like you just need to practice a few times. It's not even that hard, and I know that. I know it's not something that's like impossible for people with short fingers to play guitar, but it's like, it's not even like a big obstacle. You just need to, like, actually, they're right, you just have to practice like a few more times. You're gonna work it. It's just gonna work. Yeah, but I know that, but it's like, I don't want to put, you know, few more times to be as good as other people. Okay? I don't want to put extra time, extra hard work to be as good as other people. I hate that. If I'm gonna take an effort on doing something, I want to be good at it, not, you know, like as other people. I don't want to do that, so I stopped playing guitar. So when someone asks if I can play guitar, I tell them, yeah, I can play a little bit, and they ask me how long I've been playing, and I'm like, yeah, I started playing it like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, but I actually picked it up like a year maximum. Not really good at playing it. Wish I practiced, but you know, I wouldn't have. I know that. Even if I go back in time, I wouldn't have played it. I don't want to put in effort to be as good as other people. That's stupid. That's why I'm fucked up right now. That's why I'm fucked up. That's why I can't do well in college because of that mindset. I know, but I want to fix it, but it's not that easy, you know. Anyways, so yeah, my hands aren't that big, which I'm always conscious about. I don't like that because, you know, I'm an artist, and if you're an artist and you draw, there's a lot of times that you need a hand reference, and it's not really easy to always find hand reference photos from the internet. So the easiest way is to pose with your own hands and take a photo of that, or just like look at your hands and then draw. That's the easiest because you have that already, and you can just, you know, make the pose you want as exactly as it is, in the angle that as you want, you know, or you can able to hold stuff that you need. It's a perfectly good reference you can have. The only problem is that my fingers are really short, and it doesn't really look good on like anime characters, because anime characters have these like really cool fingers and like long and like, you know, really big hands that are like defined, and my hand is nothing like that, so it's a little bit hard for me to use it in reference. That's why I bought this $120 hand figure for an artist. It looks really cool though. It looks nothing like my hand. It's made from someone who worked in Yu-Gi-Oh! The animation series of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think they were like the producer for like some part of the art part. Like, I think they were like art producer or something. I don't really know how to translate that name in English, but like, you know, they were in like important position of like the anime being produced, and like their hand drawings are really popular, and like, you know, the figure is trying to like imitate that hand pose and stuff, so it's like really good reference. So I had to pay $120 for a good hand pose, and I barely use it for drawings, but it looks cool, so it's fine. Anyways, what was I talking about? Yeah, guitars. No, not guitars. Oh yeah, this one in my hand. So it's quite small, and then I can just grab it, and there's 4 buttons, and all the buttons sounds really cool, and it's really good to just like, you know, it has a keychain, so it's like easier to just grab it and then push it or put it in the bag or something like that, which is really good for me because I like pushing buttons, fidgeting a lot, probably have some sort of, you know, like neurodivergent spectrum or something like that. Never got diagnosed, but high chance. Saying high chance, which is like 90% sure, but thank you for the sub on YouTube. Isn't that like my 590th subscriber on YouTube, if I'm correct? I might be. I did gain a little bit of subscribers on YouTube recent times, which I'm a little bit proud of. I'm trying to make more shorts. My plan was to make more shorts yesterday, but I couldn't because I was so tired, and now I missed my tempo, so it's fine. It was an accident. that's the thing. It's not just accident happens, and I can't do stuff because of the after effects of those. Oh, that's just that's supposed to be where I post a time schedule. I can just like swap out thumbnails to post, like, you know, just my time schedule, which I haven't made for how long have I made those? For a few. Oh, the last was September, so I didn't made it for like a whole half a year now. So the stream won't start anytime soon. It would be just like planned, and I'll swap it to 2030 when it gets to 2027. Big YouTuber now? Yeah, I'll be like hanging out with big people now. I don't want to hang out with you guys. How many subs do you have? I only play with people with 4 digits. No. I need to get water. There it is. Anyways, what was I talk about? I had a lot of things to talk about. 64. Oh, you just need 400 people to make it 6-7. I have 2 people following me on my alt account. Let me see how much I have on other accounts, because I have like stuff that I post. Sometimes. I post sometimes. I don't know how much they are doing. I have 7 subs. Oh, jinx! It's 7. That's the same number. And what else? I think that's it. So in total, I have 9 more subs on different accounts. So that makes it oh, that makes 599 subs. Okay, that's an impressive number. That's an impressive number. I just need 1 more sub to make it 600. Interesting numbers. Oh, sorry. Ugh, my nose. And one of the reasons I didn't go up to like strangers on the street and to the police station is what is it called? Oh yeah, because I'm not 5 anymore. I'm not 4 anymore. Like back in the days when I was 4, it's not really weird for a kid to ask for help from an adult around, right? That's normal. But when you're in your 20s, I don't know if I look 20s to other people. I might look like 30s to other people. Who knows? I mean, most people ask me if I do have an adult around and stuff, so I'm pretty sure I don't look that old, but still, like, you know, I'm in my 20s, and, you know, it would be weird for people in their adulthood asking others to help because they forgot to charge their phone and can't go home. And also, I mean, mostly because I didn't want to talk to people even if I have to walk 4 hours home, but, you know, still, I have my justification. Right. I have my justification here, so yeah. Oh, my nose. Is it? I think it's an allergy reaction to something in the room. I can't tell what it is. It's gonna be something. I don't know. Not lately, because I couldn't find my usual glasses and I had to put on my backup glasses. My backup glasses like a little bit fucked up. That's why I like pushed it back to backup and only wear it when I can't find my like original glasses, like main glasses, because the nose bridge thing is like really off balance, and I tried fixing it but it didn't really get fixed. So it really hurts my nose bridge and it gives me migraine because of that reason. And one of the things that I found that helps is, it doesn't fix it totally, but it helps a little bit, is if I put a band-aid in between the nose and the glasses, like with the packaging, you just put it there, and that it kind of makes a cushion, and you know, it like distributes the pressure of the glasses throughout, like to all over to my chin and stuff, so it makes it less heavier to my nose bridge. And yeah, that's what I've been doing these days. So there's like just straight up bandage, not bandage, I haven't like put it on, because if I put it on then it's gonna stick to my face and there will be like less a gap between my face and glasses. Or just have like not even opened band-aid across my nose. Yeah. I was gonna talk about my allergy and then I forgot what I was gonna talk about my allergy, like what part specifically. I forgot, so can't talk about it. Anyways, it's I just said I would want to stop talking about anyways. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Quack. Out of nowhere. Quack. I like ducks. I don't know about goose, kind of freaked me out. The eyes kind of freaked me out. No, but there's this. I don't really want to see ghosts around me, but there was this one time, when I was in the States, when I was in America, I watched a lot of cartoons and comics because, like, it's much easier than reading normal books because I couldn't read English that much. And with comic books, you can just like you read in between the lines by looking at the pictures, and it's much easier to learn. And then because of that, I read a lot of like comics that was in the library, like graphic novels. And I don't remember a lot of their titles because I'm not that kind of person who remembers the title of a book, but I remember this particular one where it was like anamorphical animals, like animals that walk and talk like humans. And it was about like modern day, like New York or something. I don't know if it was New York, but I don't know why, but I remember the setting being in New York. But they had this duck character that has their eyes, and then no, not duck. They had this goose character with the eyes being really eccentric, like accentuated, right? Accentuated. And the color of the eyes. I looked at. There was this scene. It was like a little bit scary. It was like it talked about like really serious topics and stuff. I think it was like about like I don't know. I don't really remember that much, but it was about really serious topic. It was about like the main character was like in middle school or something like that, and the goose was like around the neighborhood. It was also like a young kid, but there was this cut where they like zoomed in to the eyes, and the eyes looked like. It didn't look like a goose eye. It looked like a how those like eyes that are blue but also has like a little hint of yellow in the inside. There are those kind of like blue eyes, right? Like grayish eyes, right? But it looked like that. So because they are animals, you couldn't really tell their race, but the goose character was definitely white, and I was like kind of shocked because you couldn't, like, no other character you could tell their race by looking at them, but only that character you could definitely tell that they were supposed to be white because they had white feathers, and the eyes were so much of the typical grayish color thing. It's just how goose eyes are supposed to be, right? But it just felt so human-like at that scene, and it kind of gave me a shock. And I still think about it sometimes to this day. It was like scary, but also really clever, and also kind of made me a little bit grossed out. And I really like art where it makes me feel something, so it still lingers in my mind. I was like 12 or 13 when I saw that, and I still remember it to this day. So it made an impact on me, probably. I think that's why I like putting like bright rings around the iris of my drawings. I think that kind of made like a huge imprint in my head. I don't remember anything else from that comics. I remember there being like a dog that kind of looks like a bulldog. I don't know if it was a bulldog. Could be like different breed, but that's the only thing that I remember from that comics. But it still lingers in my mind. I think it was, yeah. I like art that remains, not remains, like arts that make me feel something. I don't know. I don't know if anything that there is to make me feel something these days. I don't know if I've been like wowed by something these days, but that's probably because I just watch like YouTube shorts and nothing too much. It's a little bit hard to make you go wow with YouTube shorts. There has been few in my life, but you know, it's a little bit harder to do. I mean, there are a few things that was like really funny, and I thought, oh, that's really clever, but that's a little bit different from being making me feel something, like feel emotion. Somehow I feel anyways. YouTube streaming thing changed so much. It looks bad too. Somehow it looks worse. I don't like this. And it's like you can automatically generate a vertical cropped version of the video to short speed, but also it's you can't really change where it's getting cropped. It's really bad. It's really bad. I don't know why they added that function. I would like we would be like seeing someone cool art and you went wow, but you get motivated to make one, then don't know where to start. Back in the days I was like that. Nowadays I'm a little bit like better at interpreting that to my own terms, but more than that I don't have time to do stuff. I just keep fucking things up. I can't keep up to I can't keep doing this. I can't keep up with my life. I need to stop fucking things up. You know, I forgot to pay the tuition for my extracurricular class, which was due yesterday, the day before yesterday, and I just realized it yesterday, and I was already having a mental mental breakdown so bad because of that 4-hour walk. And I got home, and my mom asked me when is the due. I thought it was the 27th, but turns out it was the 10th. And yesterday was the 11th, right? No, it was until the 9th, and right? Yeah, it was until the 9th, and I totally forgot about it to check, and the due date was already passed when I realized, and I panicked so bad because if I don't get those class, I have to go to school another whole year, and I was almost about to start crying, but they I looked up the announcements from the school website, and they said there is like a extended date next week, so I can just pay it next week. But it was so close. I was so close from just throwing myself out the window that day. Yeah, life is so hard, man. I mean, if I like write the dates down correctly and remember that it's check, that wouldn't happen. But you know, if I would have done that, I wouldn't be living like this in the first. So, you know, things happen. I don't like myself that much. Like, no, I don't like myself that much. I love myself, but loving myself and liking myself is a little bit different. I would not be my friends. Well, no, I changed a lot. Right now, changed me. I would probably be friends. I wouldn't like be too close to me, but back in the days, I wouldn't have been my friend, because back in the days, I was so bad at communicating with other people. I was so awkward. I'm so glad I got fixed, but sometimes I think at least I was free back then. At least I was free from the judgment of the world back then. And now I care about what people think, and that keeps you in a cage called society. But yeah, I'm glad I got better because now I can stream and actually talk to people and have a good time. I guess I don't know. I don't know if people are having good time. I hope you do. Probably. I think sometimes funny, sometimes not, sometimes funny. I mean, how can someone be always funny, right? You just had to sometimes be funny. I would be a good friend. To be honest, right now I am. I am really good friends to my friends. But back in the days, I was one hell of a kid. You would never want to be friends with me. Not because I'm a bad kid. I was always a good person. I was always like really nice, really kind. Well, you wouldn't really use really kind to yourself, but you know, I was never mean to someone. I was always helping. But that doesn't mean it's a good you have a good quality to be a friend. I was awful, but now I'm a fun person to hang around with. So I'm glad. You almost got expelled from school for fighting. Never happened to me. I never got even close to being expelled. Well, sometimes teachers don't really like me, but I'm always one of the neat kids, you know? I won't say teacher's pet because teachers hated me. I'm like, I was close to a teacher's pet, but teachers hated me the most. But I was close to those tropes. A little bit off by grid, which made my teachers be furious about me, but yeah. But when did teachers fight? Yeah. You could call it that. No, I was more like I was like really free spirit back in the days. Back in the days, I was super free spirited. But also I didn't really I don't really like getting myself into trouble for like purpose. But I also wouldn't back down on what I think. You know? For instance, when I was in like 4th grade, we were doing we had a field day, right? We had a field day, and our class divided into a few teams, and we were supposed to jump ropes, like, you know, like mega jump ropes where you have like multiple people in the rope, right? And we were supposed to see who does the most, and we were only supposed to do it twice. We only got 2 chances for each team, and we jumped all in the same time. So it wasn't like one team goes and the teachers were looking at them and then they go off and then the other team comes out. We did it simultaneously, so teachers weren't like checking every single team if they were doing fine. And the team I was in, we already did our 2 chances. We didn't really do good, and they were like, maybe we could do one more time. And I was like, but we're not supposed to. We're only supposed to do it 2 times. I don't really care, but you know, it was like a school-wide competition. I didn't want us to be like cheating for that, and because it could be like big trouble. So I was like, but we're not supposed to do it again. We're only supposed to do it times, and like we got into the fight because of that. They were it was more like they thought I was lame and I was like, you know, being mean to them for no reason, which is not true. And but it wasn't like I was like always trying to be right, but it was something I was following the rules, but like it wasn't like they were trying to break the rules on purpose. They just was like, maybe we could try it one more time, and I was telling them like we're not supposed to, and they didn't really care what I say, so they didn't like believe me or anything. I was like, but we're not supposed to. They just thought I was like just blocking the way, and I was telling them we weren't supposed to 2 times, and then it's not like I like authorities and I think it should go everything strictly to the rules, but I just thought we should be fair to other kids because other kids also got 2 chances. That's what I thought. Because I don't really like rules. I don't really like rules, but it's not like I'm trying to break it purposely, but I just think that, I don't really need to have rules, is what I think. And teachers don't really like kids who doesn't really like respect the rules. And I don't give a damn about the rules. So teachers hated me a lot. Things like, if I was to, like in class, you're supposed to finish your stuff and then you need to be focused in class, right? I would just finish my stuff and I would not care about the class, and I would go to a nap. I would take a nap or something. And the teachers would come up to me and be like, bro, you can't take a nap in class. I'll be like, but I already finished my stuff. What am I supposed to do? Just sit quietly here? It's not like we get another stuff to do, and everyone else is focused on their stuff. They're not even gonna care about me going to sleep. So why can't I go to bed? I mean, why can't I go to sleep? And I'm not wrong. And they don't have anything more to say to convince me, so they just hate on me. I mean, I get it, because as an adult now, it's not really about stuff. Oh shit, I dropped something. It's more about having a good what's the word, habit. If you make it a habit out of taking naps in class, it's gonna be much harder for you later on life. And you do have to have a nice attitude where when you're in more a formal situations, right? I understand that now, and back in the days I did not understand that, and teachers hated me. They weren't nice enough to tell me, logically explain why I need to follow the rules. They just said I'm a fucking weirdo and I'm disobeying their rules and disrespecting their authorities, and the kids do that, and I must have fucked up somewhere in my life to be this weird, which I heard from one teacher. One teacher told me that. She even called one of my friends in because she was in the same class as me, and the teacher was our homeroom teacher, and she called my other friends to do a little we do a little session with students and teachers once or twice a year, it's a mandatory thing. So she called me in, and then she was like, she said all those stuff. She's like, you disrespect not just me but the school and the authorities. You're such a weird kid. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm guessing you don't have a good relationship with your parents at home. I can't believe you're doing this. How are you gonna go to college and stuff? And then after me, she called in one of my friends that were in my friend group, and she asked her if she hates me, and she asked her if I do anything weird around friends. She's like, obviously Ray does weird stuff around you guys, right? And she was trying to make her hate on me, but she was like, the friend she called after me was more weird than me. She was one of those Sherlock Holmes type kid. She's she only thinks with her head. She doesn't even believe in her own emotions. She's so practical. She doesn't understand. She doesn't care about human emotions of other people. I was like that, but I was a little toned down. But she was way up. She was dialed up way high. So she was like, no, I never experienced any inconvenience from her. That's what she said to the teacher, and then she got so mad because that kid, my friend, is actually she's a really nice kid. She, you know, in class she always pays attention. She's really polite to teachers. So my teacher thought she's gonna side with her, but she's always so logical every time. She's like, you know, Spark from Star Trek. She's almost like that. She also likes Spark. She wants to be like Spark. And she wants to be like Spark and Sherlock Holmes and Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. That's her idols. So she was like, I think you are being really irrational, and I don't think she has done anything wrong around us. And my teacher was fucking furious, and she couldn't be mad at my friend because, you know, it's really weird for a grown-up adult teacher to be, you know, making a fuss out of a student to another student, right? So she like got way more mad at me because I was a weird kid making, you know, scene, I guess. That's what she thinks. So, I don't know. Is this trauma dumping? Because I don't want to be trauma dumping in chat. I thought it's like funny story, but like after saying all those things, I think I realized it might be trauma dumping. No, she hated me because mostly I was not following like orders, because our schools are really strict. You're supposed to follow the teachers' orders and stuff, and I don't really respect authorities. So I was like, whatever you say, ma'am. And then I was like, you know, I'm out of here, peace. And then I just like ditch whatever she tells me to do, which is not like a bad thing. Like what's the word? Strictly speaking, it isn't bad enough to like punish, but for people who believe in authority, it is one of the worst thing a student can do. You can't punish me for that because technically I haven't done anything really bad to be punished, but because I can't be punished, she gets more mad. So I was just like, she asked me to, like, you know, clean up some place as a punishment, and I'm like, yo, I'm busy, I'm out of here, and then I don't do that, and she gets more mad because most kids don't do that here. Most kids do what teacher says we're supposed to do. Even if it's not fair, or even if it's not something like typically students would have to do, like they do if teachers tell them to do. I don't. One of the reasons I can act that way is because there's two ways to enter a college. One is by your grades and like things that teachers have said about you, like your whole like school reports. You can go to college with your school report, and if you're going to school that way, obviously you have to have a good image from your teachers, right? They write those school notes, like school reports. Obviously you need teachers on your side, so most of the time kids are, you know, they try not to be on the bad side with the teachers unless you're not, you know, going to college. And I'm Asian, and most of the kids go to college here. And in my case, there's number 2 ways to go to school. College is just by an exam. There's one huge exam in the end of the year, school like college entrance exam, and if you get good grades from there, you just put that into other schools and like colleges, and you can just go to school with that you know, score. But if it's much easier to go to a good school if you don't do well in those exams with school reports, because it's not just, you know, yeah, it's just not grades. You also have like extracurriculum, like clubs, teachers' reports and stuff to back you up. So even if you have a little bit of bad grades, you can go to college if you work hard enough with other stuff. But with exam, you only get one chance, and that's it. And you have to accelerate that. You have to do well in that exam. And what's the word for that? Like test exams. We do test exams every month for that, big exam. Not just extracurricular, you have to do good in every single exam in school and like school works too. But it's like 3 years, right? You get at least a little bit of time to recover if you mess up one thing, right? But with an exam, like college entrance exam, if you mess it up one time, you have to take another year. You have to wait a whole year to go to college and try a new exam. So people, try to do well with school rather than the exam nowadays. But for me, I'm not really, hardworking person. So I was like, fuck school. I'm not gonna pay that much attention to school classes. I'm just gonna go college with exam. And that's what I did. And I did not pay a damn attention to school classes, which, is disrespectful. Now I think about it. I know that, but also teachers reacted, like way overreacted to me not paying attention to class. One of the teachers, kind of cursed. She was like cursing at me, saying that I would not go to college if I don't pay attention in class, and I'm just being a dickhead in class by not paying attention, because I was doing well with the test exams. I was doing fine with the test exams. I was one of the I was always Hi, hello, welcome in, Cabbages. Hello, Rika Cabbage. Hello, thank you for the raid. I hope it didn't scare you guys. That's a really cute way to raid. Cabbages rolling in. Hi, hello. I was just talking shit about my high school teacher, which I hope I don't get doxxed, because I don't want teachers to find out I was talking shit about that. But yeah, how was your stream? What did you stream? I'm gonna go check. Oh! I remember you! You followed me on TikTok and then you followed me Twitter, and I was like, oh, that person looks cool, and then I followed back on Twitter. Yeah, I remember. I'm welcome, Rika. Cabbages, to be honest, I don't really like cabbages. Stalker? No, I'm not stalker. I mean, I have a little bit of a hint of stalkerness, a little bit, but okay, my model is sketching. Yeah, I've worked hard. Well, not hard, a little bit to make it look cute. And I got a lot of compliments, so I'm happy about it because I made it. No, I don't like cabbages. For a reason. Oh, thank you for calling by. Thank you for chatting with me. I hope you have a good night's sleep. Okay, listen. I don't like cabbages because whenever I go to a burger's place, my mom would bring in extra cabbage in her purse and then just pull it out, like of course it's in a plastic wrap, but she pulls it out and then she puts it in her burger and she asks if I want one, which I don't. I don't like vegetables in general that much. I don't hate it. I don't plug it out, but I don't want to have more, and she always asks, and I always tell her no, and she always asks one more time. She's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, Mom, I'm sure. I don't want to put more vegetable in my burger that already has some, and not especially one that you just pulled out of your purse with cheese. That's why I don't really like cabbage. Not I hate. I don't have. Well, it's personal reason, I guess. It's I have my reason. Every time I tell her I don't want to, and she always asks twice. And she's like, I asked her about it. I asked her why she's asking me multiple times, even though I always say no. She's like, one day you might say yes. That's why I asked. I'm like, what day would I say yes to you giving cabbage to my burger in the burger's place? Right? Okay. At the end of cabbage slanders. I like cabbages. There's this Japanese place really close to my house, and every time, like every dish comes with like a pile of cabbages. Do you know how much Japanese people like cabbages? They eat cabbages like with a fork and just like shove it in their mouth. It kind of sounds barbaric, but not in a barbaric way. But they just eat a shit ton of cabbage. And every time I go to that Japanese place, yeah, of course you know better about cabbage than I do. You're regular cabbage, of course. But like every time, like if we ordered 3 dishes, all those 3 dishes comes with like a pile of cabbage that we can't even finish one cabbage pile, and it comes with every single dish. And I'm just like, I don't want those to go to waste, right? I want to finish them, but it's just the amount is too much, and there's just only cabbage and the salad dressing, and I don't really like vegetables and salad dressing, and I feel really bad about wasting them. So I just like end of the meal, I'm just sitting there just shoving cabbage into my mouth, being like, this is for the environment. I'm taking one for the environment, and I'm just like shoving it as much as I can, and I get sick every time I come back from that place. They taste nice. That's why we always go back. But you know, sometimes it gets brutal. And I haven't told mom about it because she likes cabbages, but she can't eat too much, so she always finish her meals like halfway through, and she's like, okay, I'm done, and then like, you know, rest of the food is up to me to finish. And it's always like that, and most of the time like I just try to like shove it in, but the cabbage is too much. We ordered 3 dishes. I have to finish a whole, you know, a hamburger, you know, like Japanese hamburger thingy, and then also 3 pile of cabbages. It gets sad sometimes, but I always do almost finish for the environment. Okay, I make mess to the environment with buying shit ton of merch, and I try to, you know, plus minus zero out with not taking plastic bags and shoving food into my mouth. I hope that works. Well, yeah, I asked how the stream went. That's why I checked your profile, and then I realized, like, I saw you somewhere. Yeah. Sorry, I forget a lot of things. I try not to, but I don't know, maybe it's in the genes. My mom, you know, forgets things a lot, but she said she had a good memory before she had me, so she said it was a pregnancy thing. So maybe not in the genes, maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. She said she had boys following her all over around the town when she was in high school, and no one ever like had a vouch on that, so I don't know how much accurate she talks about herself in her younger days. So I don't know if I can trust her, but that's what she said. Oh, I shouldn't be talking about my mom like that. But like, no fun stuff in there. That's what my mom said. Everyone says that. Probably yeah. Okay, stop. I need to stop complaining about my mom on the internet, because she's a great woman and she's a great mother. I can't complain about her, except for her asking if I want more cheese on my hamburgers, like more cheese or cabbage on my burgers. Except for that, I really hate that. And you know, because I don't really like people. Okay, I just said I wasn't stop complaining about my mom. Okay, this is the last one. Okay, when I go out and get food, I don't want to eat food there because I hate people. So I hate eating food outside, because if I eat food outside, I have to, you know, stay in a same area with other people. So I usually bring food back home. And my mom, she likes to eat food when they're piping hot, when they're just made. So every time I go out and buy food for myself and then come back home and eat for myself, my mom's like, why didn't you eat there? Like, you know, she's like so concerned every time she says that. She's like, why would you bring that home? You can just eat at the restaurant. I'm like, I know, but I just wanted to eat at home. She's like, but you can't eat the food piping hot when you're eating there. I'm like, yeah, I know, but I just wanted to eat home. And she's like, she just keeps saying that. She's like, keeps saying if I miss like a huge chance, and that stresses me out so much. I know. I purposely chose to eat home because I don't care if the food's piping hot or not. That's not really important to me. And she's like, she always do that, like 9 out of 10 times. It stresses me out, but she's a good mother, so I'm not complaining about it, but those things too in her face, you know. I try to be a good daughter because you know, my mom really likes her kids, who is me. You know, she really likes me and she really likes taking care of me. So every time I would go to school, she would come out to the front of the, you know, in front of the house, like to the door, and then she was like, have fun time at school, Ray. And I'll say like, okay, Mom, I'll see you after school, right? That's like how happy family works, right? But I don't really like people, and sadly that also includes my mom. I don't want to be like that. I want to be happy when my mom's around, and I am happy when my mom's around most of the time, but unfortunately she is also a human being, and I don't really like human beings. There's like a limit to how much exposure I can be with human beings. And in the morning, every time mom coming up to the door and saying goodbye to me was not really good for my mental health. So when I was in middle school, I had to sit my mom down in the kitchen. I was like, Mom, I know you're doing it because you love me and it's really sweet, but can you maybe not come to the door when I'm going to school? And my mom was like almost crying because I told her that, and I felt so bad, but also my mental health was like taking a huge damage every time my mom comes to the door and said goodbye to me before going to school. I felt so bad, but you know, so to this day, my mom doesn't come to the door when I go to school, and she always tells me that she wants to still, but she's not doing it because I asked her not to. I feel so bad, but I can't. I just can't take it. I know, like, I know I have to be good, like, nice to my mom, and I feel bad about that. That's why I try to be a good daughter more, I guess. Interesting? Interesting indeed. I think it's really weird, but I can't help it. It just happens. Valid? It's to some degrees. Things happen. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm not like, you know, making my mom super upset. I already made my mom upset a little bit. Maybe a little bit less. It's not too late. It's not too late, but I go to school once a week, and if I don't go to school, I don't go out, so it's not even a big deal anymore. And outside of that, I'm a really nice daughter to my mom. I'm one of the best kids, but streamers, am I right? They don't go out. They're really gross. Let me tell you, it's normal for streamers to not shower for weeks. Just saying. It's a fact, not a myth. Maybe. Outside, it's a scary place where people are. There are people outside. They walk and they talk. They walk past by you. That is so scary. And you take a bus and there is like 10 people sitting. That's so scary. And they might sit right next to you, which is way scarier. That's why I don't usually sit. I usually stand. I mean, also because my town is super old and everyone else in the bus is like super old, so you know, it's much better for me to let them sit than I sit because they're old. They can barely stand in the bus, and I feel bad. Yeah, 1 people is good enough for me to have around. I don't know why I'm like that. I had a normal, well, at least I had a normal relationship with my parents, and I had a loving family. I don't know about normal childhood because I was weird from the get-go, but it's still. Cause like when I say like I don't really like people like holding me, I don't like skin contacts, and I don't like people being around me. Like sometimes a lot of people like you know, assume I have a bad relationship with my parents and like they neglected me or something like that. Not my case. They're super loving. My mom always tells me how much she loves me, and she's like, out of nowhere, she would say like Ray, and then like from across the house, she would like yell my name and then tell me like, you know I love you a lot, right? And I'll be like, yeah mom, I know. And then she's like, oh, I just wanted to tell you, and then she would go on with her day. And then I don't know why I turned out like this, but I did. You get that? You got having a nice family? That's nice for you. That's good for you. I don't know if something was weird about me growing up. Well, I was weird growing up, but like with the relationship with other people. Well, I did have a bad relationship with other people because I was bad at communicating and also had a really awkward personality. And also I was like I didn't really understand other people's emotions. Like I understand what kind of emotion they had, but I didn't understand the need to like care about it so much. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't like, you know, I don't give a shit all, I think. It was more like, yeah, and what do you want me to do was kind of like my position. I don't know, it just so means I was weird. Okay, because of the fever I had yesterday, my voice is like breaking a little bit. Let me get more water. Oh yeah, also because you know, I didn't have any money on me yesterday. I worked 4 hours without any water. So when I got home, I drank a whole liter just with one just sip. And I had to go to the bathroom a lot. Never doing that ever again. I had to go to the bathroom so much during the night. I woke up like 3 times during my sleep. Which is not a lot, but you know, because I wake up a lot to go to the bathroom, but you know, still. It was annoying. What's a liter? It's a measurement for liquids. 1 liter of water is like in a liter, like a meter by meters cube, right? Am I right? No, that's 1,000 liters. No, I'm way off. That's 1,000 liters. 1 liter is 0.01 cubic meters. Okay, it's like it was close, but I was way off. But it was close. I'm not really good with math. I don't know if you can tell, but I fucking suck at math, and I don't. Well, I don't major math, so I don't. I thought I wouldn't be doing math if I don't major math, but I I started majoring economy, which math, a shit ton of math. But I did pass the math class 1 try. I don't have to do math class again, but I do have to do 2 economy classes, which is like one of the 2 most important class in the whole course. And I take them again because I failed both of them. I failed microecon, and what was the other one? Macroecon and microecon. I failed both, and that is like main 2 classes for econ. In every other places, including my school also, but I failed both of them, so I can't graduate. I can't even take other courses. I have to listen to that specifically because that's the most important class, and I failed. That's why I can't graduate. Because I have no grasp of what economy is, and I'm in my 5th year now. Next year is gonna be 6th. Waste of money, but I already spent all the money, so I have to graduate. It's gonna happen, hopefully. My mom knows it's bad, but she doesn't know it's this bad. Eternal student, don't say that. I'm gonna graduate next semester, okay? It's gonna happen. It's happening. I'm not crying. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be nice. Everything's gonna be fine. Hopefully. My throat hurts because I'm talking a lot today. I'm making my name right, which I like to do. I like to be doing because I can't talk. You can't really talk when you're walking for 4 hours. I was like, whole day I was like sitting in silence. Like not sitting, I was walking in silence. No phone, no music at all. No phone, no screen time for 4 hours. Just walk like a psychopath. I will never gonna do that again. I had to start singing for myself because there were no music, and I'm just keep having music inside my head. I was like just singing to survive. Yeah. I don't want to hate myself, okay? It's fine. Things like that happen to everyone, right? You guys have experience like that probably. My friends call me girl failure. I thought that I always said, and I always think, that was like horny, and I'm like, like, God, you guys are so corny. I'm like, I will always say like that's not true. I hate that I'm becoming like a stereotypical girl failure, like clickbaity streamer. I hate that. I hate it, but that's who I am. Like, I don't shower, and that's like, you know how like streamers and like people like make a fuss out of like, oh, I don't shower, I stink, I'm a stinky girl. Like I'm like, oh, that's so corny. And then I look at myself and I don't shower. I don't stink though. It's fine. It's just like I don't shower. I'm just like, jeez, am I becoming one that I said I don't really like? And like I'm getting close to what, not showering? How does not showering feel? It doesn't feel good. I would like to be clean. I would like to be me turning into a meme. That's least of my worries. That's least of my worries right now. My life is falling apart. I can't be worried about me becoming a meme, okay? I'm just aware of it, and I'm like, God, I am turning into a meme, but I don't have enough like mental space to like judge what that makes me feel like. Okay, I'm just like, I just acknowledge that. I'm like, kind of like those times when people say I'm like a tsundere type. I'm like, I know, but also I'm like, I'm aware of that, but also like, don't call me that, but also saying don't call me tsundere is like one of the trope of tsundere types, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, if I deny it, that makes me more, it just makes me more of that type, right? But also I know I'm like really close to like cat type person and like tsundere type person, and I know that, but it's not like I don't want to be. I don't want to be like that, but that's just, it just happened to be like that, and it's like, oh, life is so confusing. I don't want to think about myself. Turn into yandere. I don't know how well that's gonna go. Cause like, I think yandere has like a lot of affection to give around, which I don't have. Like, I don't care about other people that much to become a yandere, I guess. Like, even with my Oshis, I don't want to be in the same parameter with my Oshi, because still, in the end of the day, they're also human beings, and I don't want them to be around me because they're human. Right, I don't think that's gonna make a good yandere. Imagine like yandere girl like kidnaps you, and then she puts you in a different like house, and she's like, I kidnapped you, but I don't want to be around you, so you just have to stay in this house by yourself. I'm gonna call you maybe like once a week, maybe. You don't have to pick it up because I don't really want to have a call with other people. I'm just like checking in, so maybe just like text me if you're not dead or anything happens, but like don't text me too much. Like, if it makes me feel like pressured to enter, and I don't really want to enter like messages, so it would be nice if you just like I know you exist there, so that makes you feel a little bit more safe, but also like, don't make me like acknowledge that you're there. I don't think that's gonna work. See what I'm talking about? Like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be like that, but it's like, it's just how it works. Text once a day. I don't even text my mom once a day. I mean, I should be, but yeah, whatever. It's not whatever. I need to be more better to my mom. She's a good woman. She's always nice to me. Just checking in after 6 years to see if you're not dead. To be honest, I treat my friends like that a lot, so I need to be better friend. I need to start texting them. Well, I just send them like a weird Instagram Reels. I don't like send message, but I just send Instagram Reels when I find like funny stuff or just obscure stuff. I know that kind of scares my friend, but I think it's funny, so I just send them, and my friends tell me to stop sending them because it's freaking them out. But I just told them just to watch it because it is funny. They think I'm replaced by a bot. No, I send them reels. One time I sent them reels of cake making video where they were making cake of Ice King from, you know, Adventure Time, and they had like a huge ass on the top for Ice King, and my friend said she'd throw up, so please stop sending her reels like that. and I toned it down. I did tone it down. I didn't stop sending reels, but I toned it down because she said she threw up. I can look it up if you guys are interested in it. It was like a normal cake, and then they just added like a huge ass for Ice King. Yeah, I only do that to like really close friends, you know, because I don't want strangers to like see those reels and like, you know, get freaked out. So I just send it to like really close friends. I thought about posting them on Discord, but like, you know, now Instagram has this system where like if you share a video, like it shows who sent it. Like you guys can see my account that I use, which is a really personal account. I have my whole face. There's one picture with my whole face. Others are just like photos of like just like personal items, I guess, like my cups and stuff. But I have one picture with my whole face, which is like 20 by 20 pixeled, and it's still my face. You can recognize that it is a face, but it's like 20 by 20 pixel sized, so you can't really tell who I am, but like you can see. So I don't really post myself on the internet. There's only one picture on the internet that has my face on it, and that's 20 by 20 pixel. Almost. And it has all my other friends. I did like blur them out, but I don't want to dox him. I don't know if it's doxing, but I don't want to like, you know, dox him on the internet. So I can make an art account, yes, so it's gonna take years to create that same. Oh, I can just like send it to my alt account and then send it to Discord. Like, yeah, I guess that can work. I just gotta make a new account. Yeah, and then I can just maybe like post on Instagram too, because I have shit ton of shorts. I can just post them on the Instagram. I can start managing four things. No, it's this dog thing, but I did take my photo when I had my hair dyed, so it's a little bit more noticeable than other pictures. I did have my hair dyed, so I don't want to post that on there. I had my phase where I just dyed my hair half and half. I saw Cave Town doing it. I was like, I want that. I want that, and I'm gonna dye my hair half and half. And then I did that. And I also have Cape Town merch. I'm wearing one right now. Talking about it. I thought it was really cool. Blue, it was originally blue, but the blue washed out and then become red for some reason. But it was blue originally. And I know, like, because of my face features, black does fit me the most in terms of hair colors. That's also one of the reasons I only, like, I did a half and half hair dye, is I wanted to keep half of it black, so I still would have like black, like at least maintaining my features at least a little bit. But I also wanted the crazy colors because like I just graduated high school, and you can't dye your hair in high school unless you go to special schools that allows you to have those hair colors. Like example, schools for idols. Well, not schools for idols, but school for idol, or a school for makeup and hair. Those are all like, I think those are mostly only school that allows you to dye your hair, unless you're an idol. Unless you're an idol, because I did have idol in my school. I don't know if they dyed their hair because I never seen them, but I did have an idol in my school, like really famous one. But I'm not gonna talk about them in detail. And like you have to lie to get your hair dyed. Like you have to say that it's your natural hair color, so you can't do anything crazy. Like you can dye it to a little bit more brighter color, but you can't have like pink or like blue as your hair color, because that's not natural hair color, right? so as soon as I took the exam, like if you take the college entrance exam, you're considered graduated. Like it's not actually graduation. There's like 3 more months I think in school, but you don't really have to go to school for those days. Like they don't even care if you come to school or not. You can do whatever you want. So I just dyed my hair. It's breaking the school's rules, but they don't care if you took the exam because you already got into college or what. Like you either failed or got into college, they're out of your hands, so they don't give a fuck. Accidentally exposing the idol. I don't have anything to expose. I've never even seen them. I just heard that they were in the same school. Usually we don't share our areas with other grades. Like seniors use their senior what's that word in English? Floors. Every year gets every grade gets their own floors. So seniors have their own floors, freshmen have their own floors. What's that in the middle called? Sophomores, they get their own, floors usually. Sophomore, I think no, usually seniors get the highest floor because it's less noisy. It's more work because they have to go up more stairs, and usually seniors get to eat first, which is it's not a big deal if you think about it after graduating, but when you're in school, it is really, really important that you get to eat first. That was like the most important rules back in the days. So if you break the rule and you can't really break it, but sometimes you have a special excuse to eat for earlier than seniors. Sometimes if you're in you have to leave early and stuff, and if you do that, seniors gonna give you a death stare if they get food before you. It was really scary. I had to do it one time for a special reason. It was really scary. So my throat. So what I was saying is, we are in different grades. I never seen them. I just heard they were there. Never interacted with them. Just saying. Just saying. It was just strictly that we existed in the same school. That's all. I can't talk about it because that's way closer to getting blocked, because that eliminates the half of the people. That eliminates half of the people. There are not that many famous idols out there, and then if I tell what gender they are, it's gonna be half the people gone, and there's only half people left. Because they're really, really famous. They're super, super famous. Like, there's no way you never heard about them. Famous. Like, if you are on the internet, you at least once heard about them famous. So I can't talk about it in detail. I think New Jeans members are way younger than me. I don't think I would have existed in the same school with them. I don't know, like, in detail how old they are, but I'm pretty sure they're much younger than me. And half of them are not Korean, right? So... I wouldn't really know. But I do like New Jeans, their music rules. Really cool. I like that one song from them. I sing that every time I go to karaoke. I go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright. I do mute myself. Where's OBS? Okay, I'm back. One of the streamers I watch, well, one of the VTubers I watch, every time like they have to mute, they just plug. They said they just plug the cord from their mic, which is crazy and scary. I don't want to do that to my mic. But also, they're a big corporate VTuber, and they are also a doctor. So I'm not. I guess they don't worry about their mic breaking because they make probably like more than 4 times what average people make, which is crazy. Like, why would you want to become a VTuber if you're a doctor? Whatever. Yeah, VTuber and doctor. There's actually 2 doctors in that company, which is crazy. I don't know how people do that. A dream. I don't want to be a doctor. That's lame. I shouldn't be mean to doctors. They're saving lives and shit. So I should be mean to them. But it's just at the same time, like, whatever, man. You make shit ton of money, so whatever. And like, I don't like, you know, I already said this, but I don't like authorities, and I don't like giving people authorities. you know, ones where society's like, oh my god, there's like, you know, they're like higher ranked and whatnot. So I'm just like, yeah, doctors, whatever, man. Big deal. I don't hate them, but it's like, you know, whatever. I don't wanna give them the ahs and woos other people give. You already get a shit ton of that. I don't need it for me. At least that's what I think. At least there's no doctors in the chat, so I can talk shit about. No, I'm not talking shit about doctors, but you know, those I don't give a shit. So for now, like, who's gonna become a doctor? Let's see, who's gonna become a doctor here? I'll do an interview with that person. If someone becomes a doctor, I'll give you a chance to get interviewed. Just to see why someone who wants to become a doctor would watch my streams. I'm not a doctor already? Dude, I go to college for 6 years when it's a 4-year course. Why would you think I've become a doctor? What made you think I would be a doctor? My course is 4 years and it's taking me, it's supposed to take me 4 years, and it's gonna take 6 years. Might take longer, but you know, that's sorry. It's a really sad story. It's fine, you're just gonna graduate, right? That's what matters. No one would know it took me 6 years. Everyone's gonna know it took me 6 years, but Asian dream. I don't have anyone who's a doctor around me, which is good because I hate doctors. I don't, but I have one friend who got into a really good college, but they're like they're more like an activist. They do like they go out and help like unions and stuff. They're more like level than I am, cause like right now I'm like fumbling really hard with my life. I can't even think about other people. I gotta take care of myself, at least, to not, you know, become a total waste of life, I guess. Why is life so hard? Why can't I just like you lay down and wish everything's like done for me and just happens that way? It's difficult. I don't like putting efforts into things. I hate it. Only if my parents were like super rich. They're not. I mean, I never had like problem with money, but it's like that's because I never had like I never wanted like something super expensive. I ate so many apples these days. I think I had like 5 apples in like 3 days, but these are really small. These are like around the size of my fist, which is not that big. It's not that huge. Also, you know, also, what was I talk about? I totally forgot. Imagine I'm a doctor and like operating with patients, and then I just like forget what I was doing in the middle of surgery, and I'm just like, I just remembered what I was supposed to do, and I totally forgot. And just like my patient is like lying there with her guts opened, and I'm just like, oh, jeez, what was that? God, I can't remember. And then just like standing there for like 20 minutes. I'm gonna get sued. I'm gonna get sued, and I'm gonna be broken so bad. People should be glad that I didn't try becoming a doctor. Cause like you know, cause like if you study hard enough, you can be a doctor, right? I don't know anything about doctors. I'm assuming that's how it works. I'm assuming you just like work hard, and then you can become a doctor. And then like, what if I just like, you know, stop being smart? What if I just stop being smart in the middle of, you know, surgery? Yeah, I'm doing a world a favor by not becoming a doctor or anything. Anything like, you know, related to human lives being saved. So I mean, nurses, they're awesome. They're just working hard. Well, I was gonna work because I have work that should be done, because you know, I wasted whole day yesterday. Because like, you know, after I finished my exam, now I'm like, I don't have anything that like, you know, makes me feel bad about myself when I'm not. It's not like I would study, but you know, if there's an exam, I feel bad for not studying, so it makes it hard for me to like focus and work, right? It's not like I'm studying, it's not like I'm gonna study, but like still I feel bad about it. I feel bad about not studying if there's exam. So when I'm done with the exam, I could be like guilt-free, and then I can work on stuff. So I was like, you know, I'm gonna push all my work after the exam. And the exam ended yesterday, and my plan was to come back home and get some hot pot and relax and then finish work. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I worked for 4 hours home, and then I'm like, jeez, I'm so tired. And then I woke up really late today. I fixed my sleep schedule. Listen, I fixed my sleep schedule. I've been sleeping around 12 at midnight and woke up around 7 to 9 in the morning for like 4 days straight. 4 days straight. And then this 4-hour walk destroyed me, and now I'm back to waking up after 12 in the morning again. Want to try, like, it's just boom, gone. All those fixed sleep schedule for 4 days, it's gone now, and I'm back to being miserable. It's still morning. I ate breakfast. It's in the morning. No, it's in the morning. I'm not listening to you. For me, it's morning. If I woke up before 12, it's really early. So that's how it is. You can't convince me. That's how it is. No. If it's not after 4 in the afternoon, it's morning. Cause that was like usually when I would woke up, or like a month ago. But I fixed it, and it's going back, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not I'm not ready. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, that's so I was gonna work today, but also, you know, I haven't been able to stream for a while, so I just wanted to talk also. I mean, it's just like those two are going back and forth and back and forth, and I'm like, you know, just talking right now. I might go back to work. I don't know. I could, you know, I could work outside of stream, but I can't talk outside of stream. So I guess I chose to talk, maybe. That's why. I think. I don't know. I don't know that much about stuff. It's complicated. What do you mean record my takes and then replay them to them? What are you trying to imply? Are you saying I have a really fucked up life? Are you trying to make me feel bad about myself? Like, I already have enough of that yesterday, okay? I didn't cry, but I almost cried because of how fucked up I am as a person. And then I realized I'm a streamer who has a fucked up like lifestyle, and I'm like, jeez, I become one of the trope, and I'm like, oh god, I became a Tsundere girl failure streamer, what the fuck? And then like, but like, you know, still, I'm myself, right? I'm not like typical streamer, right? I still have personality, right? Right? When I was young, when I was like before middle school, I knew I was weird, and I thought being weird and being like, you know, weird and well special, I guess, in a way made me, you know, special. Like being weird and awkward made me special. I was different from other kids. I was proud of that. I was like, yeah, I'm different. I don't fit in, but that makes me who I am, and I'm proud of that. I'm special, and then that's what I thought. And then, you know, and then I got into middle school, and I was like, maybe if I just fit in, I wouldn't feel so miserable about my life. If I just fit in and talk normally to other people and act normally, and other people treats me normally, I would just be so happy. And you know, the life would, all of the pain in my life, it's just because it happens all because I'm such a fucking weirdo and don't know how to be normal. And then high school came, and I'm like, I mean I'm not like perfectly normal. I can't be like normal people. I'm weird, but I found a way to fit in more, and I found people who are more welcoming to me, and I have my friends, so that's good enough for me. That's what I thought. And then now I'm an adult, I'm like, am I trying to fit in too much? Like, not into the mainstream, but from the outcast. Am I becoming the trope of a outcast? Am I losing my individuality by becoming that trope of weird outcast? And I'm just like freaking out right now. Yeah, see? Morning is whenever you woke up, like, at least it's not 4 in the afternoon, so 12 is morning. They still serve brunch in 12 in the morning, probably. I don't go out for brunch, but that's what I'm assuming they do, because it's called brunch. They probably serve until, yeah, until lunchtime. But it was delusion. It's fine. No, I'm doing fine. It's just, I can't wake up in the morning, okay? So I just fixed the term to fit me more, and, you know, have a life, sustainable life, at least a little bit. That's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, like, I'm a little bit afraid of losing individuality, not in a way of like fitting into like mainstream and become boring, but still like in a, I might am I not special enough is what I'm thinking. Like, I could be weird but not special nowadays. You can be weird, but there's so many weird people already that has like already like has a solid founded trope of weirdness. Do I just fit there? Am I just copy of what other people are and not myself? And that scares me sometimes now. Because I thought I was like one of a kind. Maybe and there's like chance that I'm not just like scared. I don't know, I'm not really scared. I have more stuff to worry about than that, but you know, sometimes it's just maybe I miss the old days where I was proud of who I am and fucking weird. That's just what I just said. I just have to worry about graduation right now. That's like the most important thing to me, but also at the same time, you know, you still have to worry about who you are as like a human being time to time. You know, I don't know. I don't want to worry about graduation though. Why can't I paid for it? I went to school. Why can't they just let me graduate? Yeah, because I walked 4 hours yesterday and I'm like so sad about myself. That's probably mostly why, but I'm sorry if I'm whining too much. I told myself I was not gonna whine, and then, you know, things happened and yeah, I got a little bit sad. I'm sorry if it's annoying. It's probably annoying. Okay, let's talk about different stuff. Let's talk about different stuff that I thought about talking. Let me look it up. Oh, I have my phone right here. I can just search it with my phone. Probably not accurate because I didn't have my phone on, so I didn't get like any steps in or anything like that. And this is like the most optimized route, so it could be different from how much I walked. It is about like 8 to 7 kilometers, I'm guessing. Yeah, but like it's not the exact route I took. I walked way up than this, and then walked way down, and like, there was different route. Cause this route goes right through the hills, and I didn't want to walk through the hills, so I probably walked a bit more. 8 to 7 kilometers. Not accurate. I don't think it's 10 kilometers. I don't think it was that long, but yeah, walked quite a lot. Dude, it's not. It's different. Okay, it's the road isn't like really good, and the direction is not really clear. And I also really look. I really walk slow. Yes. Is it like that? No, also you have to count the time. No, there's a lot of uphills in this area, but also I wasn't going to walk the whole time. I was looking for chargers. I was running around the whole place to find a charger, so that took way longer. I think that took almost 2 hours to just me trying to find a charger and not walk all the way home. So it would have been like 2.5 hours ish of me just walking straight, so it wasn't like that long. But also still, I'm really a slow walker. I know about that because I think a lot when I walk, and when you think, you don't like, you know, jog around. You tend to be really slow. I never understood those thoughts. I happen to just have a mindset. Why should I care about what others think of me? I'm what I am. That's all what I am, and I love myself. I mean, that's a good mindset. But you know, I was really really weird to think that I was like, you know, to not care about like me being like me standing out. I was really weird. I would stand out anywhere every time. I just had to like, you know, think that was good for me or that was bad for me. I had to like had a thought about it at least a little bit. And then I became an adult and I started thinking maybe I wasn't, I mean, I did stand out maybe, but like maybe I'm not like special is kind of scary to me because throughout my whole lifetime I was really weird and special. I was the only kid like that in the whole town. Okay, there are too many numbers for me to read. And I know I gotta walk more. You're telling that to a streamer who's also a freelance artist who sits in the computer every day and does nothing else. I know that, but also it's a not too easy way home because as I told you so, I did not have my phone. I just took a look at a route in the computer at the city hall for a little bit, and then I just followed that path in my head, which is not the best way to navigate yourself. So it probably took a bit longer than it says on there. It's a waste of time to think of what others think about me. It's probably that's to decision making palace of some kind. It's just like, you know, even if you don't care what others think, like, this is one of the reasons. Okay, I don't want to. I said I want to whine about it, so I'm gonna keep it really brief. But you can't live by yourself, like alone, especially in this modern society, right? You gotta interact with other people, and if every person in your entire life who you interact with says you are one of a kind and you are different from other people and you are in some sort of way weird, and you are weird. Like I was the only one acting that way around the whole town, so you acknowledge that, and that has like that has its like a huge presentation in who you are as a person and as like who you have a concept of yourself. You like, whether you hate it or not, like it's, I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing, it's just it becomes a huge identity of who you are if everyone who you ever meet in your life tells you the same thing. It's like, even if you don't care about what other people think that much, if every single person in your entire life tells you that, it becomes at least a little bit important to who you are as like a human identity. And then when I became an adult, that view kind of like shifts because of like situations around you, and it's like confusing and scary. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not about how people like I care about what people judge or not. It's just like it was my whole identity for my entire life, whether I hate or not. I sometimes hated it, sometimes I liked it, sometimes I didn't care about it, but it was a really important factor of my identity for whole life. From everyone, every single one in my entire life told me I was weird, I was one of a kind, and you know that becomes your that has an impact on you if every single person tells you the same thing. And like and all like what's the word, objectively viewing myself, I also agree with that, because I was really weird, I was sort of the kind, and then like you come out to the world and you start seeing more people because of the internet, and you start seeing that like the trait you have that other people called you weird and one of a kind because of that happens a lot to other people's too. And there's a lot of people like me out there in the world, and it kind of makes me feel a little bit more relieved, because maybe I'm not alone in this world. Maybe other people feel the same way. Maybe other people experience the same thing I did. Like no other people had this experience around me when I was growing up, but turns out there are more people like me. But also at the same time, that means I'm not the only one who has experienced these feelings and had these kind of things in my life. And it kind of, you know, it's like scary and relieving at the same time. It's just how it is. It's not about how other people view me. I mean, that is like what, like, you know, what we're talking about, but like not the main point of the whole thing. It was more about like identity thing. That's what everyone else said, and that's what I was for like a whole life. Oh my god, Twitch is breaking. Hi, Destiny. Sounds like a villain origin story. I mean, because villains are usually an outcast a lot of times, so maybe that's why. There are some villains, like, you know, like popular girl or kid turning into a villain of the story, but I don't know if they're like a villain character, right? You're not too late, because I mean, it's late because it's already 2 hours and 30 minutes, but I'll stay a little bit longer today, I guess, because it was a little bit sad yesterday, and it would be nice for me to be able to talk about stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm having an identity crisis like way too later in my lifetime. I feel like these are something like people already experienced in like middle school or high school. Like, you know, I didn't interact with other people, and I was like, more kept to myself and my little shell. So like my social skills and identities and stuff are developed a little bit later. Well, a little bit is an understatement, but it's like much slower than average people. And you know, it's probably things that other people already experienced a few years ago. Like way behind, but it's not gonna be 5 hours. Okay, I'm trying to keep it team. It's just how I feel. I don't know, did you guys ever had like an identity crisis or anything like that? Maybe living cool. Okay, I don't really trust it, but whatever you say, it's on the it's the internet. You can say whatever you want. I don't know. Maybe I'll have one more when I am in my midlife. You know, midlife crisis. That's what people have. Ugh. Sorry for the burp. Identity crisis? Well, one prime example is what I just did, you know. I was that for my entire life, and now there's a chance I'm not, and then what am I? You know? Like, if I just stop feeling, you know, like watching animes and VTubers, then what is there to left? What is there left for me, right? Sometimes, you know, I lose interest in what I liked before, and what if the thing that you stop putting interest in is something that's core to your life? Then who you are after losing the interest might be a different person before that, right? I'm bad at talking about these stuff, but it's like that. And, you know, people change, obviously, when time passes. Sometimes you just have the moment where you stand there and just stop walking in front of, like, you just stop from walking, and then you just look back and you just realize how long you walked, and you just have a moment thinking about how much you walked and why you walked and what's gonna lead from here. I guess that's an identity crisis. I don't know what the term identity crisis. I just use it a lot because I read shit ton of comics and I'm like used to using that word. But you know what I'm trying to say. Okay, if you're interested, I can talk about identity crisis from DC Comics, cause that's also something I'm super like into. I don't talk about this too much because it's like topic that bores people out quite easily, because like, you know, it's like one of the most nerdiest interests you can have, and there's a reason why it's considered that, because talking about comics bores the shit out of people because it's not that interesting if you're not into it. Like, for instance, VTubers, like, VTuber clips are fun. Like, some VTuber clips, like, good ones, are fun, even if you're not into VTubers. Because they're just genuinely, like, entertaining and really short and easy to understand. And there's a really good point where you're supposed to laugh. It's easy, but, like, comics, they're too long and it's hard to understand, and you need to like focus and have like a lot of information before understanding something. It's complicated. That's why people say it's a nerd thing, and it is. It is. But I like comics. Well, like some comics. It's not like I read every comics in the world. Understanding like an event that happened in comics, because there's like a lot of tie-ins or big events that happens in comics because they want to, you know, make sure the comics are selling well. I don't think it's a modern generation thing. I think it's generally people like choose what they want to focus on. You know, you don't want to be over-analyzing every single thing in your life normally. And reading comics takes a lot of energy in that terms, I guess. That's what I think. and I don't know like super much about comics. One of the things I like, it's a weird word to say, but like one of the things I like kind of specialize in is like Flash, specifically the fourth Flash, if you are being like technical, but he's like from the Flash family. He is a grandson of the second Flash, Barry Allen, called Bart Allen, who is also a Impulse, or was the second Kid Flash. I don't know if that still counts as second Kid Flash, because there was like just so many like renewal. First, the fault of shitty writing has already convoluted that you don't know what is going on. Yeah, I was talking about DC Comics. That's why I said it's like a really hard hobby to get into. It is really hard. There's like whole just like timeline and histories and shit. Like I don't want to do that, but I got into it and I made a whole wiki with my friends, so I have a little bit of like a tiny bit understanding of DC Comics when it comes to Flash. I don't want to say I'm like expert, definitely not in an expert level, but I can at least like understand when something comes up from the Flash level. Okay, I'm like judging. I'm like rating things. Like I do want to explain all the knowledge I have about the Flash, but also at the same time, you guys don't give a shit about that. So I'm just like I'm judging which weighs more into me. No, cause like it's really fun. I really like the character. He's like really cute and he's like really adorable. Make a policy? No, then my vote doesn't count really heavily. It's my stream. My vote has to be like 50%, you know, 50% important than other people. It's like it's 50% my call and 50% you guys call. Maybe 60% my call, 40% you guys call. Cause it's my streams. It's my stream. Oh my god, everyone's leaving because I said I'm gonna talk about comics. Jeez, these kids these days don't even read. They don't even read comics. They don't even know the history. Look at this world. What has it become to? Nowadays, kids are all reading Red. Jujutsu Kaisen? Is that what you guys are into? You watch Kimetsu no Yaiba? You guys watch that? You guys watch Demon Slayers? Huh? You don't watch Batman? Detective Comics? No, my exams are finished, so I don't have to give a shit about that. I didn't study for it, but it's finished, so... Yeah, look, okay, the DC Comics has its ups and downs, but I really like this specific character, because they're really cute. You know, I have my Oshi and DC Comics. DC Comics. Why do I keep saying commune? DC Comics, okay? And I like doing Oshikatsu, and that also includes my Oshi from DC Comics. Okay? That's how it is. That's just how it works. Mute reading? Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Do all the mute redeems you want. It's my stream. But like, it's like I like condense as much as I can with Flash history as much as I can. So it's not gonna be that long, and also it's gonna be. I was gonna say it's gonna be educational because I used to give this speech to friends who were trying to get into DC Comics, especially Flash. So it's like me like explaining brief history kind of helped them out a lot. So I was gonna say educational, but if you're not trying to get into DC Comics, it's not really educational and helpful, is it? It is not. It's not really helpful, but also it's like still it's like it's one of the things I was really into before. Before VTubers. Not before VTubers, but like around before before VTubers. Whatever, whatever. But it's my stream. I can talk about whatever I want. I'm gonna talk. I don't really talk about it. It's really long too. But this is really interesting. It is really interesting because Flash. I mean, obviously, most of the old characters are evolved with the time, how the time passes, but also because like Flash is one that caused a lot of changes through the comics stuff. It's like, you know, they always have a really huge mark on big events and tie-ins, and that's really interesting to me. You know, like the Flashpoint. I still don't understand how much of Flashpoint, but Flashpoint, one of the most important events that happened in comics history, not just DC Comics, right? You prefer Marvels? I don't really read that much Marvel comics, but one of my friend is super into Marvel, so I did read some Spider-Man, and what else was it? I think Loki, Loki and Spider-Man. I read a little bit of comics that my friend had, and also I forgot what I was gonna say. I don't really watch that much movies, I don't really watch that much superhero movies. Both Marvel and DC Comics. One thing I want to show you guys is I actually have some DC Comics comic book hanging on my desk right now. One of the cool ones, I bought them from comic store. I was originally like trying to like change them time to time, but I end up not doing it. But let me show you. Like a photo post on Discord. I wasn't show it on stream, but okay. I was trying to show it on the stream, but if you want this to be posted on Discord, sure. You Deadpool? I don't know that much about Marvel comics to talk about. Okay, there you go. Discord, show and tell. Look, I have both Wonder Woman and Superman. The Wonder Woman one was like for like a retro themed. They had a retro themed art variant cover event for many different. I need to try my film. Event like 3 years ago for multiple titles, and I think I got most of them, but the Wonder Woman one looked so cool, so I got that. Yeah, it was 90s Rewind variant cover one. And the color for the background is like, it was originally like that. It was like supposed to like, you know, mimic the washed down colors of neon back in the days. And the one on the right is Superman, I think it was like Return. It was like special after they did like Rebirth and stuff. They started making short evented, like really short series, special series and stuff. So it's an issue for that. That's the first issue, and the cover was done by one of my favorite artists. I still really like them. I follow them on every single account I have where I can. their art is so good. There are a few artists that I really like when it comes to comic book, and and you know, obviously they work on DC, but it's like they have mix of a bit of more Japanese like manga style art mixed with Western style, which is super cool. I really like all of their arts. They do get you know, criticism saying people saying they all have the same face and stuff, but um unless you make them super detailed, I feel like every art kind of ends up looking similar if you make things more stylized. So I don't really care about that because the art looks cool. I don't know if I can take a photo to make it that you guys see the whole thing, but I can look it up on the internet. It's just gonna be way faster. Superman Carl returns. There we go. It's a really cool cover. Both of them are super cool covers. Let me post it on Trento. This one and DC very cover 90s return. No, rewind. They all use like super neon color and like older style logos and stuff, and it was really good. Wonder Woman. Oh, they don't have a like a still image of that, but this is the one I could find. It's really cool. Mine is a little bit washed out than other people, I guess because it was like outside and was being what's the word, showcased, I guess. Trying to give me a second, let me give you a roll. How do you roll? Okay, there you go. I'm not good at Discord. Okay, this one is the Wonder Woman one. Super cool. Both of them are really good. That's why I picked these two to have it on my desk, obviously, but two of my favorite variant covers. Not variant cover. One is a variant cover and one is just a cover, but you know. You get what I'm trying to say. I have way more just sitting on the side of my desk in the drawer. I think I have in total like 30 comic book issues just for the covers, because it's not really smart for me to buy comic book issues just for me to read what's inside. So all of them are just for the covers. So you know, having a physical copy is not really easy, so I just always buy them online to read. I also joined DC Comics Ultimate, I think it's called. It's where you can read all the comic books they put up. Well, the new ones take a little bit of time to be on there, but you know, eventually you can read all of them. So I also have that account that I share with my friends. So I don't read them. I don't think I like opened much of it. I think I read like 3 out of like 30 comic book issues I have. They're just so I can keep a physical copy with a really pretty cover. So yeah. I don't know. Comic books still makes me really happy. I don't really read them as much as I used to back in the days because everything coming out is ass. it's really hard to read through those stuff, or DC at least. I don't know about Marvel, but I don't care about I don't care that much about it because I don't read them. One of my favorite characters from DC Comics is what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, is a grandson of Barry Allen, the most famous Flash, the second Flash, the Flash, also people call him. And then there's Jonathan Kent, which is the second Superboy. Technically speaking, it gets complicated when it comes to Superboy, but like there's this Connor Kent, which is like a clone of Superman. So he's technically like a clone, but then later on they changed him to be like a clone between Lex Luthor and Superman, but originally he was just a super copy of Superman, so he was like identical to Superman, but like later on they changed to make him to be more like a offspring, like a son of him, but Superman never accepted him as a son. But like, you know, he's in that kind of situation. And then New 52 happened, and they got rid of like Connor Kent as a character he was, and then they made this like weird version of him, which is like way different from him. It's like I don't really know much about that phase, but it was a really New 52 was a really weird era for every single character in the but like after Rebirth happened, New 25 kind of didn't happen, but for some characters it happened, but most of the time it's just to erase history. So like the Superman in that New 52 era is gone. He's non-existent, and then they just Connor Kent is gone because Connor Kent got replaced with the new Superboy, but the new Superboy is gone, so it's gone. But the Superman that Rebirth came with, this Superman has a son called Jonathan Kent, who is an actual son between Superman and Lois Lane, so he's like an actual son. And he's like Superboy, and he hangs out with the new Robin, you know, the last Robin became what's his name? Damian. He hangs out a lot with Damian. They had a series called Super Sons, which I really liked. It was super cute. I was so sad it got cancelled because after like few run, because they decided they're gonna send Jonathan Kent, who was like 10-ish. I don't remember his exact age, but he was in elementary school or something. He was really young. He was younger than Damian, I think. And they just sent him to outer space, and he aged really quickly in the outer space, and he became an adult and then came back. And then he's like suddenly an adult, like grown adult, I think. So he's like Superboy anymore. He got the Superman title from Superman because he retired for a while. I don't know if he was dead, but you know, everyone knows Superman's not dead. He's gonna come back soon. And then that happened. And then everyone was like, "Oh my god, it's gonna be so nice if, like, you know, the OG Superboy was practically kind of like a uncle to him. Well, not uncle. He's more like a, you know, step." Kind of like a step brother, because they shared the same gene of Superman, but technically speaking, they're like, you know, stepbrothers, but like they're more like a uncle and what's the other niece kind of relationship. Clark Kenson from Lego DC Supervillains. I don't remember seeing him. I did watch Lego DC Supervillains, I think. It's the one with Lego Joker and like Harley Quinn and stuff, right? Where they break out of jail. Or maybe not. Is that just Lego Batman and not Lego's DC Supervillains? That's a game? I don't think that's a game, is it? I don't know. There's so many Lego movies, to be honest. But I think which one is the one where no is Lego DC Supervillain a game? There's so many here. There's so many. Where was I? Oh yeah. So Jonathan Kent became a grown-up, which like everyone hated. I hated too. Like, why would you make him a grown-up? But he became a grown-up, and then after like some time, they brought back Connor Kid. I don't know how he got brought back. I don't know where he was brought back, but like he got brought back, and then now they're like uncle and niece kind of relationship. I don't know if they were like interacting with each other that much, but like now he's like Connor Kent, who existed way longer than Jonathan Kent, even in history inside of DC Comics itself, who existed way longer than Connor Kent. No, Jonathan Kent is now way younger than Jonathan Kent, and it's like really confusing. It's like messed up family tree, I guess, but like that's a thing. And I just really wish they would bring back young Jonathan Kent. They sometimes do as like time travel stuff sometimes, but you know, the main Jonathan Kent in the main universe is already grown up. They miss all the opportunities to have like really fun adventure as a kid with Damien, but I even watched I watched Lego Batman and but the Lego movie one was really like I fell asleep during half of it, so I don't remember much, but I watched Lego Batman. It's a really good movie. I like that movie. I like the Joker in there. Who of these is Superboy? Jonathan Kent is the second Superboy, but he was the first Superboy because Connor Kent didn't exist for a while in that universe. But Connor Kent is the first Superboy to say. He's the OG Superboy, so he got brought back. So now he's the first Superboy, and then the second Superboy, who I don't know if he's still a Superboy or he just goes by Superman, because he did get Superman from Superman, you know. But I don't know what happened. I stopped watching after all these. I only got back to recent events just to read anywhere that Bart Allen is mentioned, because I like Bart Allen and he was dead gone for a really long time, and then they brought him back with Connor Kent outside of the main event, and they just had a Young Justice title for a while, a little bit, like for a few months I think, and then it wasn't confirmed if that was gonna be included in the main universe or it's just gonna be an off thing, like just like one shot for that whole that mini series. But they did confirm them about getting back into the main universe, and then like, you know, I don't know if they made an entrance like big thing after that, because there's way more stuff that was happening for the more main cast, and I was not interested in that. And I did heard one of my favorite artists did draw Bart Allen, which is my favorite character, and I was so happy about it. And then there's also Cassie, Cassie, who got redesigned, not read I guess redesign. I personally like the redesign as like separately, but as for Cassie Sandmark, it's not really the best design, because she used to have like this pants and stuff, and then she like was supposed to like go after the looks of Wonder Woman, and now like she has a reason, which is really cute, but like, you know, so it could have been a little bit different. Maybe not, maybe give her like you know what she has right now. I don't know. It's like I have a complicated relationship with Cassie Sandsmark's recent like current design a little bit. But everyone was happy because there's like two versions of Connor Kent. One is with leather jackets and glasses, like the 90s one, and there's one who has just t-shirt, and he's more like a really stud, like what I don't know the exact meaning of stud. I've seen a lot of people use it to describe it, kind of like that kind of vibe, but he's more like a word built. He's more of a grown-up that looks exactly like Superman, but has the brain of a growing up teenager. But 90s Connor Kent was more like a rough, like a like fun party boy. Those two are considered a little bit different personalities. So Connor Kent is really complicated, but I do like Connor Kent's 90s design. I don't really like how they give him like beards, but like understandably.
Pay attention. Pay attention. I said your favorite word. The back rooms. Okay,
I'm concentrated right now.
Dingle, dingle. Okay.
Have I looked into the Absolute Comics? I know their existence, and I've thought about going into it, but the only reason I'm into DC Comics is because I like the characters from the Young Justice, not that I'm like super into DC Comics as it is. But, you know. So there's multiple version of Superboy by just Connor Kent himself too. There's Connor Kent. I and my friends divided them by saying Connor Kent and Con-L, and then just there's like I forgot what we call the middle, like the new 52 version, and then there is Jonathan Kent. So the Connor Kent is the one that was like birth in the start. And Con-L is the one, I don't know, I forgot. It was way back when we talked about this fight. I don't know. I'm not an expert when it comes to Superboy. I just like heard a few things, and I just had to know a little bit to know about Bart Allen, because Bart Allen, the OG Young Justice is Bart Allen, Connor Kent, and then Cassie Sandmark and Tim Drake. There's these four was the OG thingy. OG Young Justice. And then there's like the Arrow's sidekick girl, and then like the Spirit girl, and then there's Ray from DC Comics in there too, and then there's there were other kids. Oh, there was this Supergirl and the son of Captain Boomerang were dating. But if someone understands it, I'm explaining this really thoroughly, right? It's like, see, there's Supergirl, and Supergirl was dating Captain Boomerang's son. who was a bit like half built. He was like young. He's in his like young teen, like young adult age. So like it's not like he's like super bad, but he done some bad things. But like he's like converted to good, and I think he was in some sort of the hero team. I forgot what it was, but I don't watch movies. I don't know. It's like I never watched that. I never was like that much into like hero movies, so I don't know that much about hero movies. I did watch a lot of hero cartoons though, animated cartoons. What is that called? What was it talking about? Oh yeah, a Supergirl and the son of Captain Boomerang, who is called Captain Boomerang Jr. were dating, and Captain Boomerang Jr. is Lord Ellen's stepbrother, who is grandson of what is it called? The Flash, and also is a descendant of Eobot Thorne, who is the arch nemesis of the Flash. So the Flash, the daughter-in-law of the Flash, has a child with Captain Boomerang, which is I think it's gone. I don't think that exists anymore. I don't think Captain Boomerang Jr. like that doesn't exist in this world right now anymore. But I always thought that was like an interesting story that no one talks about. Anyways, yeah, Raven's cool from DC Comics. Titans. It was Teen Titans in the back in the days. It was Dick Grayson, Speedy, who is Roy. What was his full name? Roy something. Who became Red Arsenal later. No, it's just Arsenal. It was Red something and then became Arsenal. I forgot a lot of things. And then there's Garth, who is Aquaman's sidekick, and also Donna, the Wonder Girl, the first Wonder Girl. And then also there's like Raven, and sometimes Raven's there, sometimes not. But the main cast of the Teen Titans were Robin, Speedy. I forgot what Garth was called. Oh yeah, Roy Harper, right. And then, oh yeah, Raven, and also there's Corey, right? Corey, Starfire from the whole thing. So these six, they're the main four is actually like, you know, the Teen Titans, but anyways, and then they got bigger, they got rid of Tin, and then they become Titans, and when the Titans were like, you know, getting accepted into more of an adult hero society, a Young Justice came, because that's when Tim Drake was like Robin, and Tim Drake's team was Young Justice, and then that got scratched out, and then Damian became, you know, the Robin, and Damian's team was young Teen Titans, because Titans, Dick Grayson has Titans. It was Teen Titans back in the days, but after like a lot of them like grew out of the teenage years, they're called Titans. And then there's also Teen Titans, which sometimes includes Beast Boy, and sometimes includes Raven as a young girl of age of Grayson for some reason. Not Grayson's young age of Damien for some reason. Damien and Raven has like this romantic like thing time to time, I guess. And then there's also a Corey who is redesigned a lot because of the Teen Titans anime, and but she's more of a mentor than a member of you know, I mean, she is a member, but she's like a more of a mentor to the team. He's not in their age. I don't know why they made Beast Boy younger, but anyways. So like Teen Titans was Donna. It sounds like some telenovela family tree, the daughter of the son of the but I mean a little bit. When it comes to Flash, it gets really complicated. Okay, let me make a family tree for like it's my it's the one thing I know at least have some grasp of the Flash thing. So if you look at this, oh shit, that's not what I was trying to do. Come on. No. I hate. Why did I move these? It's gonna be here. First lines comes here. Give me a second. It comes here. Okay, I think that's done. Where's the... Oh, that's weird. I got... Why is it gone? Oh, there we go. Okay, how do I get it on stream? There we go. That's not. It's not supposed to capture. It's supposed to capture this and let's get rid of that. That's big. That's way huge. There we go. Okay, so you take a look. Okay, let me just make it big so it's just all wide. Where am I? I'm all cut up. No. There we go. Okay, so if you look at this, let me just move my camera to here so I can just like whatever I want more easily. Easily without worrying about where camera is. Okay, so where's my pen? How do I check where my pen is? There we go. I need something more okay, I think that's good. Okay. Okay, I see. There's Jay is the first Flash. So he's the first Flash, and he was like the OG Flash. And after some years, he commented saying that they need to renew the whole Flash thing. So they made Flash into a comic book character, where in the world where the second Flash, I think it's Barry, right? Barry lives. It's Barry. Ellen lives. So he got inspiration from Jay, who is a comic book character, and named him the Flash after him, who was not a real character in Barry Allen's universe, and he is in a romantic relationship with Iris West. And Iris West comes from West family. What do you mean it's useless? It's important to me. It was important to me. You don't understand the importance of these. Okay, so Iris West family, Iris West has. So Iris' dad had a brother, and the brother had a son. Why can't I bridge? Oh, what do you mean? Suddenly not being able to send stuff through camera. Give me a second. What do you mean? It's like... There we go. Had a son, so who is a cousin to Iris West, called Wally West. It's really important later. I might be wrong with the names. So they're cousins. And while Barry was with Wally West becomes affected with, like, you know, superhero thing, and then Wally West becomes Barry's sidekick. And becomes the speedster guy. He gets like speedster old things, and then he becomes the Kid Flash. The first Kid Flash and the second in this world, the second Flash, but in the entirety he becomes the third Flash. And he later marries, I forgot the name, but also a reporter. What was her name? Let me look it up. I know she's Korean. I know she's Korean American. That's one thing I know. West wife. Oh, Linda Park. Right. Linda Park. Married Linda Park. Linda Park. And then, can you guys see? You can't really see what I'm writing. I gotta make myself a little bit smaller. Okay. Not a nice thing to say, but thank you for coming by, Jack. I hope you have a good, I don't know if it's a nighttime for you, a good day. And I'm gonna keep talking. I'll keep yapping about these stuff, because I didn't get to talk about this to people for a while, because all of my friends moved on from comic books. So Wally West married Linda Park. But also at the same time, Barry and Iris had a twin, a sister and a brother twin called Tornado Twins. And these twins each got married and had a kid. And one of them is Bart Ellen, and one of them is Jenny. I don't know if this is the right spelling for Jenny, but Jenny, Bart later becomes Impulse. This isn't actually a name that's Batman made. Batman gave the name Impulse. Well, he wasn't trying to name him, but he just said Bart was really impulsive, and so said you're Impulse, and Bart just thought it was a name Batman gave him, so he just used Impulse. But anyways, Jenny becomes SX, who is in Legions of Heroes. I don't know how to write Legions of Heroes, but whatever. And Bart is actually not just son of Barry Allen's son, but his mother is actually a daughter of what is it called? The Earth President, who is a descendant of a arch nemesis of Barry Allen called Eobot Thorn, who is Reverse Flash. I think that would be easier to write. Like long descended. The reason why this is long descended and this is just son and a grandchild is because actually Iris West is not the child of West family. She's actually a kid who was sent from the 30th century. I don't know how to write century. 30th century from the future, because the 30th century is the Earth in 30th century is actually conquered by aliens like Brainiac. I think I forgot what kind of alien it was, but like they were like secretly conquered by the aliens, and it was ruled by the Earth President. Who is actually descendant of Reverse Flash, and it was ruled by Earth government, and they were under the influence of the aliens who were secretly conquering the Earth, and they were hunting the heroes who were rebelling, after the aliens. There was a resistance going on, and one of the big members of the resistance was Tornado Twins. So they were fighting, but this guy's daughter and this guy got in a relationship, and they had Bart, but he died. The dad died, and she was left. And then, because the Earth was conquered by the aliens, the actual parents of Iris West sent Iris West to the 20th century in front of the West family's house. The West family took her in as their kid and then raised her as their kid, and then she died because Reverse Flash in 20th century. So the parents who were actually in the 30th century, the real parents, brought her consciousness to 30th century and then revived her, and Barry Allen time traveled to 30th centuries to be with Iris West. So Barry Allen is time tripped, has time traveled, and is living with Iris West in the 30th century. That's why his son is also in 30th century, and he died, and he's a bard. And Barry Allen also got back into the 20th century because, like, a big crisis happened. They were calling for him. He got back, and then he died, and then Wally West became the Flash, the second Flash in this world, and then he's like super upset about it because Barry went to the 30th century, abandoning him, and then he came back and died. He's like upset, but also Bard here is born with half mother who is also a descendant of a speedster and a son of a speedster. So Bart is like really incomplete speedster, so he was growing up really fast. He looked like he was like 13 when he was like 7. So they were like, oh, he's gonna die really fast. And then the Earth government kidnapped Bart, and to keep Bart at least some, you know, safety, Iris West told Bart's mother that Bart has died, and she went to the Earth president's like government, alien government like stuff, and then took care of Bart. And she was like, "You're gonna die if you stay here. I'm gonna send you to back to our world, Wally West in the 20th century, and Wally is gonna take care of you." And then he did go to 20th century because his grandma Iris West took him out from these facility and then sent him to the 20th century. But Wally West was really sad because his mentor died, and he had to take care of like Flash things, and he's so confused. He's like having a crisis. He can't take care of Bart, and Bart just came out of nowhere saying, "I'm the grandson of Barry Allen." He's like, "What the fuck?" And then Batman got in here. Batman said, "Oh, you are so impulsive, kid." And Bart was like, "What? You call me Impulse? I'm Impulse from now on." And then there's other speedster called Max. He's Marguerite. I don't know how to write Marguerite, but he's Marguerite. He's the other speedster from way back ago, and Wally sent him to Max, who lives in Alabama or somewhere. That's all I remember. And Bart learned stuff from Max, and he like stopped growing really fast, and he became normal. But because he was growing so fast, when he was in the 30th century, they kept him in a simulated world, like a game, because people can't teach him enough stuff, and he can't like keep in a real world. So he grew up in a simulation. So he doesn't have he has no idea what real life is. So he just like thinks everything's like a game, and he just like tries to kill people. Because he thought it's a game. People don't die in real games. No, people don't die in games, right? And he doesn't have a concept of death, even though he looks 13 and he was like alive for 7 years because he was kept in a simulated world. He has no idea what death is. And Max had to teach him every single one of these. And he was Max's sidekick as a Impulse for a while, and then he got turned into Kid Flash for some reason, yada yada. There's like a really long story. And then Wally died. Well, he got sucked into like a time vortex or something like that. So Bart becomes the third in like, this universe, but fourth the Flash, and then he also dies from getting like beaten to death, which was sad. But after that, he like whole thing gets erased, and then the whole like the whole like history, and he's like non-existent for like over 10 years, and then they just revived him as an Impulse. But he become an adult and become the Flash, and where did all those things go? And why did it just become an Impulse and got back from nowhere? Nobody knows, but that's how it went. And that's where we are at the moment. Oh yeah, and also Wally and Linda had a kid. They had twins. But also after Wally West died and like the whole board died, they had an event called New 52. What they did here was Barry is there and Iris is there. But Iris is originally, she was originally white, but they changed her into black because in the TV show called The Flash, which was based on The Flash, on CW was doing well, and she was black on there, and they thought it would be a nice idea to incorporate her. And also because of this, Wally became black too. And then like this whole thing is gone, right? And then the New York ended, and they brought back this Wally back from the grave because people liked him so much. And now they're trying to explain that there are two different people. So what they did was they made another kid who's actually this new Wally's dad, and they said he was like a really bad father, whatever. I never read too much into it, but so now there's two Wallys who is from the same family but is a different person. And he has, and this Wally has kids. And they are called Jay and Iris, right? I think I'm right. It's called Jay and Iris. It's Jay and Iris. Yeah, so she is called Irie, not Iris, but her full name is Iris. It's not Jay, it's Jai. And Jai was destined to be like a reverse flash of Iris back in the days, but I think it's almost gone. And Iris is like more destined to be a succeeder of the Flash thing. They're still really young still, so I don't know how it's gonna go, but that was like how it's gonna be back in the days. But you know, everything got rebooted, so nobody knows how it's gonna go. And also Barry is back, and this Wally is trying to reconnect with this Wally because they don't know each other, even though they're from the same family and has the same name, and no one knows how to fix the name problem. So what did they do is they made Wally call this Wally an Ace. So he's called Ace now, I guess. I've seen him, this Wally, called this Wally Ace. But anyways, and when, where did he go? When Bart came back, even though he doesn't exist in this world right now, that's going on right now, when he came in here and he saw the new Iris, who is white back now, he saw her and was like, run into her, and she just gained the knowledge of that fact that this kid is her grandkid, even though she's not even old to have grandkid in this universe. He was like, I'm your grandma, and I know that because I'm your grandma, and that's just how it works. And he just like, nobody, like, these few people know, or these few kids don't even know who that is, but they just like crashed in and they're like, that's what happened. That's the whole Flash history as I remember as it is. It was easy to understand, right? I did a lot of like explaining and made it like way simpler for you guys. This is like over 40 years of history right here. it's not that hard to understand. I admit it. Like see, there's like Earth presidents and stuff. There's like aliens, and there's everything that's important here. Earth president, aliens, 30th centuries. There's West family, and I also wrote about Jay. I also have Max in here, and there's also Jenny, who's access from Legions of Heroes, which she is also. Legions of Heroes is the group that is working against our president in the 30th century. So Jenny is still in the 30th century, and Bart and Jenny is cousins. They actually meet one time, and I think Jenny like showed him the ring of the Legions of Heroes ring, and Bart was like jealous of that ring, and Wally gave Bart the ring, the flesh ring, where you can put like clothes on. There's a clothes inside of the flesh ring, and when you like run around, it opens up and you can just wear the costume, right? And Wally gave Bart that as like a gift because they became a bit more closer in the story, and Bart thought that was the ring that Jenny has that gives you an ability to fly, and he goes up to the roof and tries to jump himself up the roof because he got a ring gift from Wally. Wait, no, it's like I just did what it's necessary to explain the whole thing, but like with the whole explanation, doesn't it make sense? And this is why I like speak like decent English, because there's no translation of any of these in Korean, so I had to read these in English. That's why I'm a little bit good at English. Actually, talking about Arkham, you know how there's Deathstroke, right? Deathstroke is obviously a arch nemesis of Tim Drake, the Robin, but is also a arch nemesis of the Young Justice in whole. How do you spell young? Oh, why? As whole. And because Bard was in Young Justice, they were fighting Deathstroke. They were fighting, and actually Deathstroke shot Bard's knees and gave him like a injury, so Bart had to read shit ton of books while he wasn't able to like run around. And then he was able to make a clone, and one of the Bart's clone experienced death, and when the clones are made, when the clone like gathers up back into the original self, they like gain the knowledge that the clones had, and one of the clones died, so Bart also experienced death when he wasn't even like actually dead, so he got into like huge like shock because of that too. I don't know how this is really like really simplified explanation of the whole thing. You guys don't understand. This is like top tier explanation of the whole experience. You guys are not appreciating this enough. And that's pretty much it right now. There's not that much happening. Like there was everything, every big event that happened in DC like melted down in here because it's a Flash history. And you know when I said Bart's mother right here is the descendant of Eobard Thorne, the Reverse Flash of Barry Allen, right? Actually, Reverse Flash had his DNA and Bart's DNA combined to make a clone called what was his name? It was Kula Clone, who's a Reverse Flash of Bart, who looks exactly like Bart, but has Bart has brown hair, but he has like a gold, blonde hair, I think, and who actually is opposite of Bart, who has an adult brain but child's body. Well, when Bart has baby's brain and teenager's body, but he's after to kill Bart. But anyway, a Reverse Flash's descendant, who is daughter of the Earth president, got in a relationship with Captain Boomerang sometime. I don't know when it was, but it just says got in a relationship. So the son of Captain Boomerang, who's Captain Boomerang Jr., has a slight tiny bit of a speed force in him, so he can accelerate for really short seconds. But it also means that he's a step brother of Bart, who is a grandchild of Barry Allen. I thought that was a really fun story. Anyways. One of the things I really like about one of the episodes I really like from Bart is, Bart is actually like a Jedi kind of relationship with Max. Max is his mentor, right? So when he got brought back, there was an episode where Max is with Justice Society of America. What is it called? There's a thing called Justice. Is it Justice Society of America? Or Justice League of some Society of America. I forgot the full title. It's a full title. Let's look it up. DC Society of. I forgot how to spell society. Society of Justice Society of America. I was right. So Justice Society of America, Max is in Justice Society of America. So there's an episode. Oh my god, that is so loud. Okay. Focus. Okay, I'm giving you like a really good lecture here. So Max brings Bart to the Justice Society of America, and Bart gets to meet like a lot of the kids in there. And I really like that episode because it really shows like details of Justice Society of America, which is like older like generation of heroes, and how like they treat the older generation of heroes, and they feel like a family there, and it's really nice. One of my favorite thing in the world. They also got Stargirl in the episode, which was really nice. And there's this other kid that is like studying under stuff. Anyways, so it's really good. I really like that. It's one of my favorite things. You guys don't know how good it is, so it's really good. So yeah, that's my like brief knowledge about Flash. Oh, that hurts. you know, not that good enough to call myself an expert, but anyways. Some pop quiz? You guys want some pop quiz? I can give you a pop quiz, but no one wants to take a pop quiz, does it? I know you guys aren't gonna do well, so I'm not even gonna test it. You guys are all like a monkey in here. Is that actual like recommendation? Because I just like to scribble. I think that's the best. Because I'm not good at writing. I like to express my feelings with scribbles. That's what really transcends and it like delivers the feelings and the explanation I'm trying to do. It's an art app. I have a lot of art app. I have like shit ton of art app. I've even paid for a few of them. Anyways, I guarantee you this is like the best explanation you can get from the whole World Wide Web about Flash families. And now they only have one title for the whole Flash family. There's like so many people cramped in one title. It's so freaking it's really crazy, and it's really funny because like each of them get like five cuts because like they have to show all of them. They get like 5 cuts each, and that's it. For some events too, because there's so many people. Another family for another DC hero. This is all I know. Like the only thing I can do like a proper explanation is this. Well, I can do a little bit, like a tiny bit with Batman and Superman, just a little bit, but not really good as much as I am with Flash. Also, there's not that much with, you know, Superman and Batman. Not that much. There's Batman, there's the burglar, Alfred, right? Is it Alfred? Yeah, Alfred. Batman, and Batman has 2 mom and dad, and mom and dad they died in the alley with the pearl necklace, and then he became Vengeance, and he adopted a kid called Dick Grayson from the circus, and raised him to be Robin, and then Dick Grayson took the name Nightwing from where the name Nightwing comes from a legend from Krypton, which is Superman's, you know, original birthplace, and Superman and Dick Grayson is really close. They are like uncle and niece. They're in a really close relationship. So back when Dick Grayson grew out of Batman and he was like moving out from Batman's place and moved to Bloodhaven, Superman gave the name to him. He was like, oh, there's this legend hero called Nightwing from my place, and you could get his name. And it was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And then they got the name, and then there was this kid called Jason who tried to steal a wheel from Batman's car, and he took Jason in, but Jason died. He was Robin, but he died because Joker beat him to death, so he's dead when he was young. And then there's this Timothy Drake, and he figured out who Batman is by just doing his own investigation, and he went to Batman and was like, make me a Robin, and then he made him a Robin. And then Timothy Drake's dad died because he was Robin, because like bad guys hated Robin, so he died. So Batman took him in and like adopted him too. And then there was Stephanie Brown. Well, there was Barbara, but there was also Stephanie Brown. Stephanie Brown was Robin for a while, and I don't know if that was erased now, but she was Batman for a while. But she's now Batgirl, I guess. There was Barbara, who Barbara is a long story, so I don't know which one I should be going with. But Stephanie is a daughter of Gordon, and she's Batgirl. Am I right? I think I'm right. It's been a while since I went over these things. And then one of Batman's arch nemesis took his sperm and then made a kid called Damien. And Damien got in contact with Batman and was like, yeah, I'm your son, and you know, and Batman was like, yeah, you're gonna learn stop killing people and you're gonna be a hero. And then he became the Robin. And then there's also what was her? Cass, not Cassie, Cass, who is a girl who was raised by Lady Shiva, and all, like, it was her daughter, and Lady Shiva was Batman's arch nemesis, and she was raised to be like a assassin. She couldn't even talk because she has to be the best assassin in the world. So she has to, if you learn how to speak, you lose the ability to read muscles. So she could read muscles. She could read what you're going to do, so she could read your mind. That's why she was like best assassin. But Batman took her in and raised her like a daughter, and then she became Batgirl, and then she's like the third Batgirl, and then she became Stephanie Brown became Oracle, so she's a bad girl now. I don't know why she's doing now, but that's what it was. And she had these like stitches around her mouth with her cape, like a cape and stuff. It was really, really cool. That's the Batman family. There's Duke, but I don't know where Duke comes from because I don't really know that much about recent events. I should be working, but I said I'm gonna give myself a little time to talk today because I was having a really bad day yesterday. So that's the whole story of the Batman family. I hope that was explanatory enough. I hope that was easy to understand. I don't know. Ba-ba. It's over because I'm done with Batman, and if you're done with Batman, there's nothing that much left in it. DC Comics. That's why it's called Detective Comics, because there's nothing left if you take out the Batman. But yeah, that's a lot of explanation, right? I like talking like this. I like just yapping about things that people don't even give a fuck about. So fun. After college? No. You gotta grow out of comics if you're not a kid anymore. Right? And like the recent comics are like too bad, like not really good and not consistent enough to keep me interested in. I just read one-off ones, which is like really good. One-off ones are really good. It's just like the mainstream one, like the story ones are like what the fuck. What other comics do I like? I like reading like anything that I can read physically in the library. That's what I usually do. DC Comics is like the only one I like go forward to look. And usually they're just like more of graphic novels, like they're more like a novels than comic books usually when I read. I don't know if Captain Underpants counts as comics that I like. I have read a lot of those. I even did the flip book one. We had there was a flip book one in the house. I remember really well about the flip book one is because the flip book one had a really cool, like the hologram, you know, the hologram stickers. It had a hologram sticker material cover in the front, and the first time I read it was ride back home from Chuck E. Cheese, where I won really big from one of the games where you shoot like the ships on the sea, and I just hit a jackpot and I got like 500 tickets out of that machine. I was so scared because I was just pressing button. I was just smashing button and I hit like a golden ship and it sunk, and then this machine just spitting out tickets like crazy, and I had 500 of them. And then I got those 500 and I went to the the counter and I got the most amazing gift you can imagine as a kid. It's a cotton candy size of a child's body. It didn't even have a stick. It was just piled up in a plastic bag that was like almost tall as me, and I could have got 2 of that. So I got 2, and I was so generous enough because I was so excited at the time to give 1 to my sister and I get 1. So we each had a cotton candy that was almost as tall as us, and I was just eating that. I was like just shoving my face inside of the bag and eating a shit ton of cotton candy. It was even colored. It was color of pink and sky blue, baby pink and sky blue. The craziest color combination you can get for kids. I was just shoving it in my mouth, and I think it was like a little bit more flavored than just sugar, and my hands were super sticky. I had so many cotton candy. I was just like grabbing it and then mushing it, so it's more easier to like put in your mouth because I had so many to finish. And then because like they get soggy and they melt, right? So I had to finish it quickly. And so I was reading that book and I was like flipping through, and because my hands were so soaked with sugar, I actually left an imprint that I couldn't took off. Like I scraped off every other things, but there's this one not even candy, it's like a sugar, crystallized sugar imprint on the book that I can't take out, and that was the Captain Underpants flipbook one. I still remember that. I'll remember that till the day of my death, probably. I don't know if you still have that exact book, but that's what I remember. Yeah. Good time. Probably one of the best time in my life, except for this car sick, because I ate too many stuff and got car sick. But I can still taste that cotton candy, and after that I barely ate like sugar cotton candy because I had way too much. But you know, just thought of cotton candies make me happy, even though I don't eat them. But I like cotton candy flavored snacks though, like cotton candy flavored drinks, or cotton candy flavored ice cream, cotton candy flavored lollipops, cotton candy flavored whatever. Rock sugars, rock candies? Are you talking about rock candies? I do have like little memories about rock candies too though. Not a big one as much as this one. My school, when I was in the States, had like a little tiny stall in the hallway. So, and they would sell like a little, like, you know, mechanical pencils and mechanical pencil like refills and candies that is the color of the school colors, and rock candies. Like they had like off-brand M&Ms with the color of the school, and also rock candy that was color of the school. I'm not really a rock candy person. I just think it's like not that tasty, and you can obviously tell that's just like sugar and food colorings, and I just felt like I was just eating like shit ton of food colorings with that, because one of the school color was black. I don't want to eat candy that was turned into black color. I don't think that would be good for my health, right? So I didn't really want to try it. But one time my mom gave me a little bit of allowance, and I got, you know, the chocolate off-brand M&Ms, but I had like a little spill of spare money, and it's not like my mom lets me spend those money on like stores and stuff. So, you know, I just used it when I can, and I bought the rock candies too, and it tasted nice. I still didn't want to buy them again because of the colors, but it tasted nice. I was like, yeah, rock candies aren't that bad. Would have been better if they were like sky blue, because that's probably less food coloring, but the texture wasn't as bad as I thought, and the taste was just like, it just tasted like candy. I didn't really like the stick because the stick was made out of wood, and I don't like putting wood in my mouth. But I was having a desperate time with sugars. I was just trying to put sugar in my mouth as much as I can at the time, because I was a growing kid. So a little memory about rock candies, and I don't know, I just thought it was really weird selling those kind of items. I hate wooden chopsticks. That's why I walk around with chopsticks in my backpack all the time. I hate those. I can't touch them. Like, just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. I'd want to like scratch all of my body parts. So I hate it. Because we don't use in-house, in households and in proper restaurants, we don't use wooden chopsticks. We use chopsticks with steel. We use chopsticks made out of steel, and in places like a convenience store or like barbecues, we use wooden chopsticks that's made out of really bad wood. It's not polished because it's one-time use. We just throw it out, right? After one use. It's not a good wood, so I especially hate it. Is there a reason why? A reason why is that back in the days before Japanese imperial time and a Korean War, traditionally most of our cutlery and dishes were made out of I don't know what it's called in English, but it's like type of like a metal. Okay, it's a brass, like brass or steel. Traditionally, that was how it was. Because we thought it was like, yeah, it's cool to use that as ones, and we had like really good skills of making those dishes and cutleries, and we still do use them. I think that's like the most. I don't know why we're using brass and like steel as our cutlery and dishes, but all of our things were colored like that for like food and stuff. Not many wood stuff to say, and that's why our chopsticks were also made out of steel. Yeah. Oh, was your 40th? That's cool. I like that. I like being top of someone's stuff. It's nice. I don't really know that much in detail. I just know we have that, and that's probably it. But the one I'm carrying around is plastic because I bought it from a dollar store. I bought it from a dollar store, one that had Simiko's face on it. So yeah, it's not metal. Also, it's like much easier to carry around plastic, right? And it's much easier to like wash it, I guess. Maybe not. Yeah, we just carry around, especially in Japan, because Japan uses mostly wooden chopsticks. It's much like polished because it's for multiple use, so it's not gonna make my screen crawl just by touching it. But I still don't prefer using them, so I still bring my chopsticks. My music stuff, no. My music stuff is not going anywhere. I'm just like, I'm so tired. But I'm trying things. I just bought a few stuff. I don't think that's called trying, but you know, I have an intention to try, so that counts, right? Anyways, I felt good after yapping about like just putting stuff up with DC Comics. It felt nice. I like explaining things and trying to like make sense of things when I don't really have any grasp of like reality. It was fun. I want to do that again. But I don't have anything to talk about that much with those, but I want to do it again. Someday, man. Someday. I'm gonna come up with something I can explain better. Ugh, my back hurts. Okay, it's been 4 hours. It's an hour over than usual. I don't want to stream for 5 hours. I think that's a little bit too much, right? It's good to get all the talks out of my system. This feels so nice. Oh yeah, also, I wanted to talk about this. I don't know if you guys know what Puyo Puyo is, but it's like a puzzle game where you match 4. And it's really cute. And when I was in Japan, I got a gummy for that game. And they say if you're lucky, you would get a gummy that's shaped as kabonku, not the blocks in the games, which is like a mascot for the game. There's a mascot called kabonku, and I gave 1 packet to my friend, and I also have like a few packets for myself. And when I opened my first packet, I didn't have any of the mascot, and my friend opened a packet and there was none. And then I opened my second packet and it had 2 of those. It had 2 mascots. It's so tiny. It looks much bigger. The size is the same as the package, because that's the Japanese law. If you have like actual image of the product, like food product, in your package design, you have to make sure they are the exact same size. If you like put the product over it, it has to be the same size. So it is the same size, but it's just the picture, how the picture is like positioned. It feels like it would be bigger. It feels like the gummy has to be bigger than the photo, but it's not. It's the exact same size, and it looks so small. But I got 2. I got super lucky, so I haven't eaten them. I'm just keeping these. Maybe I'll make an earring out of it for my friend who didn't get any, and just like soak these in the resin, because I got 2. And you know, 2 means I can just have 1 of each for the earrings, right? Yeah. That's something I wanted to talk about, because like I got the rare gummy. That never happens to me. I did get a heart. Is it heart shape or star shape? I got a star-shaped pico, the Japanese ice cream, one time when I was in Japan. I thought it was really cool. I showed it to my mom, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, so cute!" And then she said I could eat it, so I eat it. So that was fun too. Am I talking too fast again? I'm pretty sure I am, but I'm excited because I feel better now. I feel better now talking about all this stuff, and especially stuff that I'm really excited about and really like to talk about, that I haven't been able to talk about to a lot of people for a while now. So you know, I say nerd is not like I say reading comic book is not a nerd thing here, because you know, movies do different stuff, but also the way I like DC comics is very nerd like. It is very nerd way, so I can't tell myself that I'm not a nerd, but not because just because I read comic books. Okay, I am nerd, but not just because I read comics. It's the way that I read the comic books that make me nerdy. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I don't know, maybe I'm just coping, but obviously not. Every hobby is nerd. Yeah, that's true, but I'm just saying, just because I read comic books doesn't make me a nerd. I am nerd, but I am nerd and I do read comic books, and reading comic books is making me nerd, but just because I read comic books doesn't mean I'm nerd. Yeah. Okay, when's gonna be my next stream? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I'll look at my schedule and what day today is. Sunday? Maybe before Sunday? Okay, I'll do it before Sunday. I can't keep a promise, so that's what my plan is right now. I'll post about it on Discord and make a schedule on YouTube as usual, so you can check out my YouTube or Discord if you want to know when I'm gonna stream next. Because I make a schedule before I stream. Well, a few hours before stream, but it's still before stream, so that counts. And thank you all for coming by, and thank you for Cabbage for the raid. I forgot to do shout out again. Jeez, okay, I gotta remember to do that next time. I succeeded in doing it last time, so I think I know enough to make those probably. And thank you all for calling by. I had a really good time after having a really bad day. I'm sorry if I was like complaining a lot and talking a little bit too fast, but yeah, see ya guys. Thank you for calling by. I'll see you soon. Bye bye. Jeez, I don't know if YouTube's gonna close up properly. Okay, bye bye. There you go.